Hello and welcome to another Speedbird14 journey today. Apologies for the late departure, as I did say yesterday it would be on at 11 Zulu. Unfortunately I had a slight technical issue which had to be resolved before we got going. So here we are at London Heathrow Terminal 3 and we are getting ready for our departure over to Salzburg. 。 . 。  . 。 . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . The aircraft is cold and dark, and we'll be getting the aircraft ready together. So let's head on over into the cockpit and see how we do that. Hope you all had a nice evening yesterday. Oh, I'm not having very much luck with this. So here we are in the 320 today. We're heading over to Salzburg, as I say. We'll head on over to the overhead and we'll put on the electric power. We've got 2 batteries in the center of the overhead panel. We can put those on. We'll wait 5 seconds and then we can put the external power on. That brings the aircraft to life. Do a quick APU test. Everything looks good. So we can then start setting the aircraft up for departure. The overhead panel is constructed in a way that we can start things up with a flow. So we start in the top left here and we end in the bottom right here. So we can put the gears on, working our way down. We expect these fault lights as the gears are not on. Oxygen system, we can put the crew supply on. That's the end of this section. Coming back up to the top, so we've conducted the APU test. Fuel pumps stay off as we are expecting fueling. We've got the power on already. Coming down, expected faults in the packs because the engines aren't on, as with the generators. We put the nav lights to 1. Seatbelt sign comes on, and emergency lights are armed. Coming back up, we ensure that data is active. No fault lights. And that's the overhead flow complete. So that being said, we are now ready for our passengers. So we'll get those on their way. Max is back in the chat. Welcome back, Max. He's also following me to Salzburg. Okay, so passengers are now starting their journey. We've got 7 minutes, as you can see from the ECAM there. The IRs align in 7 minutes. That's the ADIRS system. That's a 7-minute alignment. So you can expect to see things pop up on the navigation displays there as we come down. Okay, so where are we going today? Let's have a look and import our flight. We're off to Salzburg today, and quite an interesting flight. We can expect low visibility procedures when we arrive. So having a look at the routing, we're over here in Heathrow, over the top of Belgium, over Germany. So Germany is actually quite big, so that these different areas, they are flight information regions. So we'll come over Germany, and then Salzburg is right on the border of Austria. So we actually make our approach from Austria over Germany and then back into Salzburg. We can expect the ILS runway 12 today, just because of the low visibility procedures. So if there is any wind, which then we're not expecting, it was variable. So we can expect light winds, but an auto land, which will help with my terrible flying. Having a look at the flight plan, we are Speedbird 736. And whilst I think of that, I'll just get the airline tracker going. Again, if you'd like to join the virtual airline, you can do so by heading over to vamsys.io/register/VBAW. You get a discount with SayIntentions. I'm wearing their shirt today that they kindly sent me. So the tracker's going, passengers are boarding. I can hear them in the background. Set up the audio panel here. There we go. And yeah, so we are Speedbird 736. Expect flights level 370. Minus 60 degrees. So cold. Flight time today 1 hour and 36 minutes, burning 3.8 tons of fuel. And we're taking an extra 30 minutes just because of the weather. Expected to dispatch with 9.7 tons of fuel. So we'll get the ATC from Heathrow, and that's on 121935, and then we'll get our clearance.
Y conditions, scattered at 1400 feet. Solid overcast at 2000 feet. Temperature 10. Dew point 9er. QNH 1008. Transition level 80. Medical helicopter priority landing in effect. Expect immediate attention. Advise on course heading, altitude, and if traffic service is requested. Read all runway and hold short instructions. Advise on initial contact. You have information November. London Heathrow Airport, information November. 1050 Zulu. Arriving runway 9er left. Departing runway 9er right. Wind 080 at 6. Visibility 10. Sky conditions, scattered at 1400 feet. Solid overcast at 2000 feet. Temperature 10. Dew point 9er. QNH 1008. Transition level 80. Medical helicopter priority landing in effect. Expect immediate attention. Advise on course heading, altitude, and if traffic service is requested. Read all runway and hold short instructions. Advise on initial contact. You have information November.
Okay, so we have information November there. QNH is set at 1008, and we also have a med helicopter possibly inbound, so that could be prioritised attention. So we'll get our clearance, and then we will start setting the aircraft up. Heathrow clearance, Speedbird 736, information November, QNH 1008, request IFR clearance to Salzburg.
Clearance on request, you're number 1. Speedbird 736, cleared to Salzburg via the Detling 1 Juliet departure, departure runway 9er right. Initial climb to flight level 060. Departure on 125.62, 5 squawk 7244.
Cleared to Salzburg via the Detling 1 Juliet departure, runway 09 right, climb to 6000, departure 125.625, squawk 7244, Speedbird 736.
Speedbird 736, read back correct. Ground will be on 121.905.
Ground 121.905, Speedbird 736.
Clearance on request,
How very odd. Okie dokie, so we've got our clearance and we'll head down to the MCDU now to plug that all in. So onto the ATSU page, AOC menu, and we go to the flight in it. Everything at BA is done through ACARS, so we request data. Max got a PDC because he's too lazy to talk to ATC. So lazy. So lazy. Okay, so there we are. 736, departure Heathrow, destination is Salzburg, alternate is Amsterdam, 1 hour and 36 en route. We go to the init page and we can request init request. That sends all of our flight plan data over by ACARS. It saves us just typing it all in section by section. So we put in our flight number 736. That tells ATC what we're actually called. Cost index, looking over at the flight plan, then is 20. And as mentioned, cruise level 37,000 feet minus 60 degrees. That's 370 minus 60. That is so cold. Our ground temperature is 10 today. Put that over there. And we'll request the wind, which will come through whilst we're setting everything else up. Okay, so the preliminary load sheet edition number 1 has come through on the printout. And I can see here we've got a zero fuel weight of 55.4 tons with a centre of gravity 30.9. Mentioned block fuel 9.7 tons. And that's the end of that page that we need to do. Whilst that's doing that calculation there, you can see we've got 35 minutes extra flight time with minimum destination fuel on board of 5.1. That's because of its remoteness. So departing Heathrow, we'll just come over to the flight plan page there. We click left LSK on Heathrow, left LSK departure. We expect 09 right, so we click the left LSK, and he said Detling 1 Juliet, so click Detling 1 Juliet, insert that. Then we click the LSK 6 on the left, and that takes us to our arrival. Click arrival, and coming over to the flight plan here, we can expect runway 33. Now I know that that's not going to happen because we need the ILS, so we can expect ILS 15. The likelihood is that this flight plan has not. Oh, it has, yep. Paddy 2 Romeo. And we can expect that by Salzburg, which is, yeah, correct. Okay. Insert that. We then click airport and up till we see Laos again. Click that with the departure of runway 15, and this is for our alternate. So we come down to the alternate, we can see the inroad to Alpha. Which of course we're not expecting because it's runway 15. We'll put in 1 Bravo because it's probably that. If we then click airport until we see Amsterdam, click the arrival, and then on the flight plan there, where are we expecting? Is our divert here, runway 6. click ILS runway 6, then back down to our alternate. We can see we arrive via the Nork to Alpha. We click that, and our last point there is RTIP. So it'll be the RTIP transition. Insert that, and that's the flight plan completed. What we can then do is come over to our navigation display. Go onto plan view. And we can run through the flight plan just to make sure that it's coherent with what we're expecting. Everything lines up, no kinks in it. And that looks good. See the go around there, back to Salzburg, and then we can also see our alternate. Looks like we selected the correct one there. Over to Amsterdam. Okay. So heading back down to the MCDU then. Go over to our performance page. And this is where we can go to EFB and get our departure performance. So we are dry today. As mentioned, we're going to be config 1 for departure, no force toga, anti-ice is off, max are on. Got our takeoff weight and our max takeoff weight CFG. Calculate takeoff weight, calculate that, and we can see our performance is just there. If we head back down to the MCDU, we can plug that in. So we have 148 for the V1, that's also V2. Of course, these numbers being V1 is the must take off speed, that's your decision speed. VR is the speed at which he rotates the aircraft into the air. 149 is V2, that's your safety speed, that's your minimum speed that you can fly at. Transition altitude will be 8,000 feet, as from the ATIS.
Roger.
And we have flap 1, THS down 0.0, neutral, and flex temp 70. As always, I like my engine out. Acceleration height to be 3,000 feet. It gives me some extra assistance. So we come over to the secondary flight plan page there, and we copy the active. That then copies everything that we've just put into the primary flight plan into the secondary. And if we just come over to the MCDU there, you can see we go to Detling 3-4, which would be a nice turn to head to Ockham. So with the secondary flight plan, we can click Detling 3-4 on the left LSK, and we can put back in Heathrow as a new destination. That cancels everything else out in the secondary flight plan, and then if we click Heathrow and arrival, and we can expect ILS 9 left for our arrival, no star, because this would be if we had to immediately return. And if we put in Ockham, when we return back to the secondary flight plan page and we clear that discontinuity, looking back at the MCDU, you can see there's a nice little U-turn there, and if we zoom out a bit more, that's a nice little circuit. So if we had to immediately return back to Heathrow, that's how we'd do it. What we can also do, just in case we have to do that, is go to secondary index on the MCDU again, go to performance, and then we go next phase until we reach our arrival or approach. And we can put in the latest ATIS, just one less thing to put in later on. Temperature's 10 degrees, 080 at 6. 085 the transition, and it'll be 279. Ooh. And that's just that setup. There's one less thing to think about then for your non-normal situation. That's just literally if you needed to return back to Heathrow. So, heading over to main panel then, we can see we've got 6,000 set in the altitude window. We are refueled. We can put the seatbelt signs on, and we can put the APU on. Whenever you start the APU, select APU master, then you have to come down here and wait for this box to appear, which is about 3 to 5 seconds. Preferably you'd wait for flap open, but you can wait 3 to 5 seconds and then you can put on APU start. Got flap open. That means that if anything happens with the APU, there's not going to be any kind of fire situation. Okay, so we have everything there set up. Come back onto the nav display, and I think that's everything we need to do thus far. Yeah, so let's... Oh no, the one thing I forget all the time. Let's put on the... fuel pump. Now it's everything we need to do. Always forget the fuel pumps. Because I use a Stream Deck for my overhead, and they're on a separate page to everything else. Okay, let's do a departure brief.
Are you ready for the departure brief?
Go ahead.
Okay, the newest weather shows good conditions. Plan to push and start for 2-engine taxi. There are no hotspots along our taxi route. It'll be a left seat takeoff, and there's no need for radar today. We'll plan for a reduced thrust takeoff. Prior to V1, for any master warning, engine fire or failure that will prevent the aircraft from flying safely, we'll abort and stop on the runway. After V1, we'll take it flying and deal with it in the air and plan to come back here. Our top threat will be complacency. Any questions?
No questions.
Okay, that completes the brief.
Okay, so we have our departure brief. Cockpit preparation checklist. Cockpit preparation checklist. Are you not listening to me? Cockpit preparation checklist.
Gear pins and covers.
Removed.
Fuel quantity.
9,700 kilograms.
Seat belts.
On.
Adheres.
Have.
Borrow ref.
UNH 1008.
1008. Set. Cockpit preparation checklist completed.
Okay, all doors are closed and we'll get our pushback clearance now. Heathrow ground, Speedbird 736, stand 313. Press pushback and engine start.
Speedbird 736, pushback and engine start approved. Face southeast.
Pushback and engine start approved. Face southeast. Speedbird 736. Max is off. He's heading to Salzburg as well. So we can head the beacon on. And that'll start our departure clearance. Before start checklist.
Parking brake.
Set.
Takeoff speeds and thrust.
V1 148, derotate 148, V2 149, flexing 70 degrees. Flexing 70 degrees.
V1 148, VR 148, V2 149. Flex temp 70 degrees. Windows.
Closed.
Beacon.
On.
Before start checklist completed.
We're facing east. Okay, whilst the pushback happens, we'll head on down to the ECAM. And before we do, we're going to start the engines by switching the ignition switch on. And then in turn, engine 1 and then engine 2. Starting engine 1.
Okay.
The starter valve has opened. You can see positive pressure is there. We look at the N2 box. There's a grey box around the N2 percentage. That means that the starter sequence has been initiated. Once this reaches 25%, fuel flow will start to be introduced. At 25%, you'll see the fuel flow introduced. That goes into the combustion chamber of the engine. And we can see down here we have ignition starter Bravo. We have Alpha and Bravo. So Bravo has been used on the left engine. That's igniting the fuel. You can see that with the exhaust gas temperatures rising steadily. Of course, this is all monitored by the FADEC, the fully automated digital engine control system. And once this reaches 60%, the engine becomes available and the start sequence has completed, as noted by the box disappearing around N2. Restart the timer. Starting engine 2.
Okay.
Once again, we can see there that the pressurized air from the APU has been blasted at the turbines in the N2. That's in the compressor stage. Forcing the turbines turn, which in turn turns at N1, which is the big fan on the front. Fuel flow comes in, igniter A or Alpha has been used on the right engine. And the EGT, the exhaust gas temperature, starts to rise steadily. If that spiked, we would shut down the engine, but likewise the FADEC system would do the same. The FADEC is monitoring the start, the fully automated start sequence. You see the starter valve is fully closed, and as we just approach 60% N2, you'll hear a clunk. It's the bus bar transferring over to generator power, and the engine becomes available. It's fully self-sustained at that point. So over on the pedestal then we change the the starter switch to normal. That starts the flow sequence for placing auto brakes to max, switching off the APU, and we'll just check the ECAM status page. Everything is normal. After start checklist.
Anti-ice.
Off.
ECOM status.
Checked.
Pitch trim.
Neutral. Set and checked.
Rudder trim.
Neutral.
After start checklist completed.
Light control check.
Ready? Full up. Full down. Neutral. Full left. Full right. Neutral.
Rudder.
Full left. Full right. Neutral.
Heathrow ground, Speedbird 736, request taxi.
Speedbird 736, runway 9er, right taxi, 50 Bravo, link 53, Yankee, November 11.
Runway 9er, right taxi via Bravo, link 53, Yankee, November 11, Speedbird 736. I think we've been pushed back in the wrong direction while I was explaining all of that. We've had 3 minutes on the engines there. Clear left side.
Clear right side.
Speedbird 693, taxi to parking via Alpha 9er, Whiskey, Alpha, Charlie.
Brake check.
Pressure 0.
Taxi checklist.
Flight controls.
Checked.
Checked. Flap setting.
Config 1 plus F.
Config 1 plus F. Radar and predictive wind shear system.
On and auto.
Engine mode selector.
Normal.
ECOM memo.
And that's how you do a 180 and a 320. And just waiting on the cabin net. Hello, Cameron. Thank you very much. Okay, so the cabin is secure. Take off, no blue.
Taxi checklist completed.
Yes, I know I could have done that, Max, but Max says you could have done link 34 Bravo, link 52 instead of 180. I know, but there was a plane coming the other way, so just easier to do the 180 in the cul-de-sac. There's no plane parked there. That's my opinion anyway. Obviously in the real world I do it properly. So all the way to the end, left turn onto 9 right. And once we get airborne, we'll go over the weather in Salzburg and the procedures for landing. I have no idea why I've still got pink textures. I think I might need to uninstall Heathrow and then reinstall it. Max is taking off, he's going to beat me. You got ATC in Salzburg on VATSIM. Just wondered what runway they were using if you do. Not at the moment. Okay. See a couple of Iberias over at T5 there. They share the terminal with us as our One World Alliance partners and part of IAG.
Runway 9 right, taxi via Romeo Alpha, link 52, November 11, shuttle 14 Mike.
Speedbird 736. Contact tower on 124.48 so long.
24.48, Speedbird 736, thanks. Heathrow Tower, Speedbird 736, ready for departure, runway 09 right.
Speedbird 736, Heathrow Tower, runway 09 right, winds 080 at 6, cleared for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 09 right, Speedbird 736. Clear for departure. Cleared for departure.
Takeoff runway confirmed. Approach path clear of traffic.
Line up checklist.
Takeoff runway.
Confirmed.
Runway 09 right.
Approaching
Confirmed.
runway 9
TCAS.
right.
TARA.
Packs 1 and 2.
On.
Lineup checklist completed.
Takeoff. Takeoff. And flex 70, SOS runway, auto thrust blue.
Thrust set. V1, rotate. Positive climb.
You're up.
Approaching runway
Gear up.
9 right.
Nav.
Speedbird 736, contact departure in 125.625.
125.625, Speedbird 736. Heathrow departure, Speedbird 736, passing 1,500, climbing 6,000. Lap 0.
Speed checked.
Speedbird 736, Heathrow radar identified. Climb flight level 060.
Climb flight level 060, Speedbird 736. What a beautiful morning departure. It's afternoon now, isn't it?
Speedbird 736, climb flight level 200.
I'm flight level 200, Speedbird 736. Open climb, out blue,
Checked.
set standard.
Standard cross-checked. Passing flight level 0,
Roger.
4,
Maintain flight
3.
level 200.
I maintain flight level 200,
Now.
Speedbird 736. London Control 123.905, Speedbird 736, goodbye. London Control, Speedbird 736, passing 7,000, climbing flight level 200. Traffic alert observed.
Speedbird 736, London Control, identified high pilot.
Resolution alerts. Clear conflict.
Alitalia 226, contact City Tower on 118.08.
118.08 Alitalia 226.
Still on manual control here, we're just approaching flight level 90. Look at London down there, it's beautiful. What a beautiful winter's day. There's flight level 100. So position check, flight level 100, flight level 200, standard cross check once, twice, 3 times. And we're just accelerating now.
Speedbird 736, London Control, climb flight level 280.
And flight level 280, Speedbird 736.
Griffin 15 Hotel Charlie, contact
Autopilot 1 on.
124.23.
124.23 for Griffin 15 Hotel Charlie. Good day.
Griffin 15 Hotel Charlie, direct Timba. Cleared for the ILS runway 08 right approach, descend and maintain altitude 4,000 feet until established. Altimeter 1007.
Descending to 4,000, cleared for the
Captain
ILS 08
Max says you're only about 4 or 5 miles behind me. What is your final requested level? We are looking for flight level 370 today.
Liverpool Tower on 126.355.
370. At the moment my wife is messaging me from the aircraft. She's on her way back from Japan right now. Flight time today, as we said before, on this flight is, let's double check in, 1 hour and 36. Flight time is 14 hours and 50 minutes. That is long. So we're just coming up to Detling now. And we can probably release the passengers, that's probably a good idea.
Speedbird 736, climb flight level 320.
I'm flight level 320, Speedbird 736.
Speedbird 736, roger, maintain flight level 320. Lufthansa 906, direct Lamburn, cleared for the ILS runway 09er left approach, descend and maintain flight level 070 until established.
Descending to 7,000, cleared for the ILS 09er left approach, Lufthansa 906.
I don't know whether anyone else is getting issues with GSX at the moment, but every time I take off, GSX like completely falls out the system. You end up having to restart it. Weird, man. Anyway, here we are at flight level 180 then. We're on our way to Salzburg. Remember, if you want to interact with the flight crew today, you can do so by looking at the SayIntentions commands. Just type in exclamation mark SI-commands, and you can see how you can interact with the flight crew.
Speedbird14, direct Lambourne, cleared for the ILS, runway 09 or left approach, descend and maintain
Just approaching
altitude
Detling there, so that's the end of our
until
SID.
established.
Max says his GSXX wasn't installing for ages, only just managed to get installed yesterday. Yeah, I keep having to...
Alpha Charlie, direct
It's flight level 200, standard cross-check once,
cleared
twice,
for
3
the
times, flight
ILS,
level 3.
runway 08 right approach,
Flight level 200 for flight level
descend and
320,
maintain
position check
altitude
complete.
4,000 feet
I
until
couldn't get
established.
my GSX working.
Speedbird 736, climb flight level 370.
My flight level 370, Speedbird 736.
Griffin 42 Alpha Charlie contact.
Yeah, my GSX, it's just every day I take off and it goes error. And it completely closes, so I then have to go in and restart it for the flight when you land, otherwise you get no GSX. Anyway, what are we doing today then? We are up in there.
Descending 6666.2352856908. Cleared for the RNP 06 approach, easy 901 Foxtrot Victor.
Lufthansa 906 contact, Heathrow Tower on 124.48.
Switching to Heathrow Tower on 124.48, Lufthansa 906.
Captain, we have a message from Captain Max LC. London Speedbird 736. Request final level -590.
Switching to Schiphol Tower on 135.11.
Okay, thanks Max. Okay, so what are we doing today? Have a look at Navigraph then. So we're heading over to Salzburg. And what's the weather for Salzburg at the moment? Well, 2604, so that's a nice light wind. 6,000 meter visibility. Few clouds at 200, broken at 300. It's -1. The QNH of 1003, 1013, sorry, with a temporarily 4,000 meter mist. That is lovely. So it's going to be a Cat 3 approach into Salzburg, and I hear you say that. What is speed? What is Cat 3? Let's have a look, shall we? So, with an instrument landing system, or ILS, you normally fly an ILS similar to this, which will be the minimum go around altitude of about 200 feet, 250, 200 feet, something like that. Cat 2, Cat 3 is has lower minimums. So we could do a Cat 2 today, actually. I think we'll do Cat 2 as the... What's the weather? Broken 300. We can definitely do. Bear in mind, this is 300 feet above the aerodrome level. That's what a METAR reports. It's not above sea level. So with the few 200, that's below the decision altitude. So if you've got a cloud obstructing the runway at 200 feet, you want to be doing a Cat 2. Cat 2 could be manually landed as well, so that's fine. So Cat 2 today has a radio altimeter of 98 feet. That's 100 feet above the runway. So as soon as we pop out the clouds, we'll go manual. Otherwise, we can let it auto land. It's not a problem. So we can expect to come in for the ILS from Salzburg for runway 12. We can accept a 5-knot tailwind. That's not a problem. Because I don't think runway 33 doesn't have a good enough approach. It's got so you can see here the RNAV approach for runway 33 has a go around altitude of 379 feet above the ground, which is above the clouds, and the other approach is 369 feet as well, so we can't do that one.
Easy 904 Hotel Echo contact London Gatwick Tower on 124.23.
Switching to London Gatwick Tower 124.23. Easy 904 Hotel Echo.
Let's have a look at the special notes.
61 Quebec Mike, direct Charlie Foxtrot 08 Romeo, cleared for the ILS runway 08 right approach, descend and maintain altitude 3,000 feet until established.
Okay, so application for authorization, because this is an authorization required Cat 2. As this Cat 2, Cat 3 ILS approach procedure contains a non-ICAO standard missed approach segment, limited radius of turn and higher than normal missed approach climb gradients, special authorization by Austria control is required for each operator and aircraft type. This is to improve the performance of the aircraft to cover both critical cases, i.e. to have sufficient climb capability during critical engine out, missed approach followed by a turn, and to limit the turn radius in case of a missed approach go around. Missed approach requirements for a decision height of 50 feet, which it won't be today. It's not applicable. Staggered decision heights on different landing mass, tailored bank angle and climb grading are available upon request, so we don't need that. Missed approach turning area according to ICAO is provided, and the turning radius is limited to 5840 feet or 1780 meters. Due to limited airspace available for the turning maneuver, operators are informed that normally a bank angle of more than 15 degrees, even in case of a one engine out missed approach, is necessary in order to remain no factor. In case of one engine out, is necessary to order to remain within the protected airspace. It is the operator's responsibility to ensure the manoeuvre is covered by the flight operations manual or specifically certified by the competent authority. Only operators of multi-engine aircraft shall apply for such permissions, which we are. The following missed approach performance data is required for an altitude of 2,000 feet and 2,000 feet, 50 feet during the turn. All engine climb gradient.
Austrian 335 contact Heathrow Tower on 124.48.
Yep, it's all good. Okay.
Switching to Heathrow Tower on 124.48, Austrian 335.
So yeah, we can't even do a circling approach for runway 33, so it's definitely going to be a runway 15 approach, and it'll be a special Cat 2. So here we are from Salzburg. We go to Atjet, which is the initial approach fix. Follow the ILS down. As mentioned, missed approach, climb straight ahead to 2 EME, OES south, then turn left and climb via SI, which is the NDB north west of the airfield, to the VOR at 6,000 feet and hold. Accelerate not before missed approach turn is completed and not below 2,500 feet. Observe missed approach requirements and limitations specified in the table below. So we can expect a minimum climb gradient on a Cat 3A ILS, straight 5.9%. Normally it's 2.5%, so it is considerably higher. And the Cat 2 ILS today, the RA is 98 feet.
Altitude 4,000 feet until established. Speedbird 736, contact Brussels Control on 125.0.
125.0, Speedbird 736, goodbye. Brussels Control, Speedbird 736, passing flight level 358, climbing flight level 370.
Speedbird 736, Brussels Control, identified.
1,000 to go.
Checked. Says you're only doing 2 sectors today. I am only doing 2 sectors today, but that's only because my wife is landing from a 5-day trip and I'd like to spend the evening with her. Because I'm a softie like that. Okay, so let's have a look at what we can expect. We're definitely not doing that. That one, that one. Max says he's doing 4, so you can get back to the top of the leaderboard. Is that the airline leaderboard you might be talking about? Because in case you weren't aware, with Virtual BAW we have a leaderboard. So pilots are ranked on how many sectors they do, how many points they have, I think their landing rate as well. And that's done on a weekly, monthly and annual basis as well, and a lifetime I think as well. Okay, so we can start putting this into the into the MCDU. Just go over to the EFB actually. I'll get the latest ATC or METAR I should say. That'd be runway 15. Yeah, so we can accept the 1 knot tailwind, that's absolutely fine. You want to get to the back to the top, Max? That's absolutely fine, no problem. And our landing mass today is, just having a look then, so we the zero fuel weight 55.7, estimated fuel on board 6.2, so that's 55.9, 61.9. My mathing 61.9. Okay. We can put good because there is possibility of ice, but it's not necessarily dry. We can see the latest METAR there, 2604 knots.
Descending to 4,000, cleared for the ILS 08 right approach, easy 31 Echo Zulu. Transavia 903 Alpha, directive raise, cleared for the RNP runway, 07 left approach. Descend and maintain flight level 0900 until established. Delta 9000 cleared for the RNP 07 left approach, Transavia 903 Alpha.
thought I'd be smart, put it on an iPad, and it's not working.
118.605 for Transavia 903 Alpha. Good day.
Let's get rid of that, let's just do my head in. Okay, so okay, so we literally just got a new METAR there. So you can see 2800 at 4 knots. We can set to 2 knot tailwind. That's not a problem. Few at 200, broken 300. No RVR yet, so the visibility is still 6,000 meters. We'll still do we'll still do it as expected. So we go to the performance page, and we go over to our approach. So QNH is 1013. The temperature is 0, and speed. Max says, "Can you make the flight more fun and have a failure on approach?" We'll see. Maybe not into Salzburg. Maybe into Heathrow. I could do an engine failure. Or can I? Yeah, we'll see. 2804. What I was doing. It's the winds. And as we had a look earlier, just look at the chart again. To the decision altitude will be 98 feet. That's not a decision altitude. Sorry, that's a decision height. So with the RA, that stands for radio altimeter. So if we go down to the MCDU today, we normally put it into the barrow, but we're going to put 98 into the radio altimeter. That's a laser system that's shooting from underneath the aircraft, measuring the distance between the aircraft and the actual ground below. So when that reads 98 feet, which is a much more accurate way of doing an approach. If we can't see the runway, we can't see the runway at 98 feet above the ground, we go around. Okay. Max says with the engine failure, at least you get 20 points for single engine taxi. I don't think you would, because you've got to be on the ground to get those points. Anyway. What a lovely afternoon it is up here. If you are following along, thank you very much for joining the channel. We're live at the moment on YouTube, Twitch and Kick, so feel free to give us a like, subscribe, follow, do all that jazz. And if you like what you see on today's landing and you want to see more, you can head over to our shorts on YouTube. Just search Speedbird14 and you'll find all of the best bits from our previous streams. You can watch those shorts there. Whilst we have this lovely view up here, let's have a look outside.
121, radar contact.
Brussels Control, Speedbird104, flight level 310.
Speedbird104, radar contact.
Brussels Control, Turkish 4 Romeo uniform, flight level 330.
Access single engine landing. Yeah, we'll see what happens. When you have engine failures as well, you have to consider what's safer to do. Because if you were in that situation where you had an engine failure at like 300 feet and you're visual with the runway, you land, or do you go around, configure the aircraft properly? But in the situation you're in, you've got terrain and everything like that. These are things you have to think about going into destinations like Salzburg. You've got higher terrain, so yeah, you need to have your wits about you, certainly, for sure. What I have been considering doing is, because AI is fantastic in terms of thinking outside of the box. It's quite imaginative that, you know, because I don't like to think, oh, something's going to happen, but I could do it if this is what you want in the live streams. Making it more realistic, so asking AI to develop a roster and then bringing that to the live stream, but with that roster the aircraft has defects. So if you're doing like a 4 sets a day, you could have an aircraft change, which is quite normal at BA, or you could do a 2 sets a day but you've got a really bad defect. No, you could have one of these screens could be out, for instance. So, is that something you'd like to see on the stream? I don't know. Let me know. Yeah, we can certainly look at doing some failures at some point. The glide slope into Salzburg, it's a standard 3-degree glide slope. difference being is the extended or limited go around procedure.
Etihad 69er Whiskey, radar contact.
You wouldn't do a Barcelona-Innsbruck in one day. Absolutely not. You have to consider flight time limitations with that. So, because a Barcelona is like a 2-hour flight, you could link that with like a 1 sector and then night stop somewhere. But you wouldn't do it there and back. You wouldn't do 4 sectors with Barcelona or an Innsbruck actually.
Ryanair 18, Bravo Yankee, direct south. Cleared for the ILS runway 10 left approach. Descend and maintain altitude 4,000 feet until established.
Flight time limitations becomes a big thing with Max says he absolutely would do a Barcelona Innsbruck. Trust me, when you work on an aircraft, you wouldn't. You might on a sim, but this isn't hard work on a sim. In the real life, you've got your life to think about. So, yeah. What about Manchester? Yeah, well, yeah, you do a double Manchester in a day. It's not a problem. Stupidly, it takes 12.5 hours, but yeah. So let's think about stuff here. We've got
Brussels Control, Ice Air 9er Lima, flight level 350. Ice Air 9er Lima, radar contact. KLM 62 Charlie, descend and maintain, flight level 220. Descending to flight level 220, KLM 62 Charlie.
1511. Position height 98 feet. Oh, it's 100. Won't be a single engine taxi. Transition level. Transition level set by ATC. Well, that's helpful, isn't it? Transition altitude 10,000 feet, so the transition level will be N5.
Are you ready for the arrival brief?
Go ahead.
Our current weather shows marginal conditions, and we've got the arrival and approach for guidance in FMS for descent planning to get down to the airport. It'll be an ILS approach. The runway is dry, and we'll take the first available turn and taxi to the gate per ATC instructions. Once cleared, we can plan to start the APU for taxiing. Primary threat will be terrain. Any questions?
No questions.
Brief complete.
So let's have a look. If I go onto Chat GTP, that amazing stuff, and I'll say I am developing. No, I'm seeking to develop. No, to simulating British Airways pilot roster. Give me a what do we call it? We call it a trip report detailing destinations and trip report detailing destinations and effects with the aircraft in accordance with the MEL, which is the minimum equipment list. Max says best thing to do is code a React app that has some pretty good logic and databases for aircraft and routes that does it. I have absolutely no idea what that is. I don't code. I have no idea how to code. I'm a Gen Z. I can't code. Give me a trip report detailing destinations and minor defects with the aircraft in accordance with the MEL of the A320. Trip report should start in Heathrow, visiting European airports served by BA and can consist of Max says he can't code in React, so he can't do it for me. Well, that's useless. A little bit of weather coming up. We're as high as we can go, really, so might get a little bit bumpy. Just looking at that. The report should start in Heathrow, visiting European airports served by BA, and can consist of 1 to 3 sectors per day. Flights should be
Speedbird 736, Brussels control, contact Langen radar on 125.6.
Contact Langen radar 125.6, Speedbird 736. Bye. Langen radar, Speedbird 736, flight level 370. Flight should be in accordance with
Speedbird 736, Langen radar identified. Good afternoon.
UK flight time limitations. Let's see what that comes up with. Wait a minute. Max, you are not a Gen Z. Oh yeah, you are. No, I'm a millennial. What am I talking about? You're Gen Z. Oh, here we go. That was quick. Okay, so it's actually come up with a pretty good report here. So it says A320 trip report via 320 EUYO Heathrow, position captain, pairing length 3 days. FTL reference UK CAA cap 371, which is correct. FTP used within limits, 12.5 hours a day. Heathrow to Paris, then to Geneva. Ah, hang on. Please tell me this doesn't go from Paris to Geneva. Sector 1, Heathrow, Paris, Charles de Gaulle. Yeah, no. No, that needs to be adjusted. Just the roster. So every second flight is a return to Heathrow. Okay, that's better. So day 1, Heathrow, Amsterdam, Heathrow. And it says here duty starts at 6:15 local, off blocks at 7 o'clock. On block at Amsterdam 9:15 local. Moderate morning traffic into Amsterdam, ILS runway 18, technical MEL defects, 1 aft galley ceiling light inoperative, would have no effect on the flights. Amsterdam to Heathrow, block time 1:20, off blocks 10 to 10:10. Short turnaround, light turbulence over North Sea, Ockham start into Heathrow. MEL VOR2 unreliable, RNAV primary dispatch permitted. End of day 1, total FTP 6 hours 45. Day 2, Heathrow to Milan to Heathrow. Yeah, Max has got a good little trick there. I knew that. So if you take your metric, let's show everyone what you're talking about. So
Logan 47 Romeo Charlie, contact Edinburgh Tower on 118.705.
So if you on the FCU, you can click this button here, and what that does on your primary flight display is it gives you a metric altitude. So we're at flight level 370, it's 37,000 feet, and if you take off the last 2 digits and round them up, so that'd be 113, that gives you a rough estimate of how many miles it would take you to descend to sea level. It'll take you 113 miles to descend from this altitude. You also need to take into consideration you need to add about 20 miles for deceleration. So call it 123. But yeah, back to what ChatGTP says. Day 2 would be Heathrow, Milan, Linate, back to Heathrow. It notes tight parking stand with marshal assistance required in Linate. MEL item captain's map light inoperative. Back to Heathrow, smooth cruise, light chop over France. MEL items carry forward, cabin ceiling light inop, cabin map light inop. End of day 2. Day 3, Heathrow to Zurich to Heathrow. Alpine arrival, minor wind shear reported, ILS runway 14. MEL item ACARS printer intermittent. Messages readable on MCDU. And then it says at the bottom here, if you want, I can align this exactly with BA style early lay pairings, add sector by sector fuel planning, simulate technical escalations leading to aircraft changes, and convert into a monthly Heathrow 320 roster. I might start doing this. This is a good idea. The things we do. Just asked it to include 1 to 3 sector days as well. Now I've said add moderate defects in compliance with MEL dispatch minima. So it says dispatch is now incorporating moderate operational defects that are realistic on the A320, dispatch under the MEL, operationally noticeable procedural changes, performance considerations or crew workload, common in BA short haul ops and remain within MEL dispatch minima, no safety critical degradation. Clearly indicated operational impact, so this feels authentic in a simulator environment. So that is so cool. So MEL noticeable impacts. Heathrow to Copenhagen. Pack 1 inoperative, single pack operation, takeoff performance penalty applied, cabin temperature control degraded, no reduced visibility ops allowed above Cat 1. Dispatch permitted. Multiple cabin reading lights inoperative, zone limited, passenger comfort only, cabin crew briefed. Operational notes, performance limited departure from 27 right to reduce climb rate noted initially, ILS runway 2 to left Cat 1 only. Copenhagen, Heathrow, Frankfurt, 3 sector day. That's 2 sec. Oh, sorry. Copenhagen, Heathrow, Frankfurt, Heathrow. Weather radar tilt control, erratic. Manual tilt required, increased reliance on ATC and visual weather avoidance, no convective weather penetration. Dispatch permitted. Sector 3. Pack 1 inoperative, weather radar tilt unreliable. Operational notes, reduced payload applied. Increased crew monitoring in IMC, Cat 1 approach only. New moderate defect logged. Oh, Jesus. 1 flight management system inoperative, FMS2 inoperative. Single FMS operation, increased workload, no RNP or AR procedures. This is quite good. I'd recommend doing this. Sector 3, Heathrow to Rome, 1 sector. Carry forward MELs. Pack 1 inoperative, weather rate, yeah. Just the roster, so each day has a new aircraft. aircraft type and change per sector. Per sector pair from Heathrow. See what that says. Each duty day starts on a different aircraft. Yep. Okay. Aircraft A. Total days 4, sectors 8, aircraft use 6.
Lufthansa 309er, direct Frankenstein, cleared for the ILS runway 07 right approach, descend and maintain altitude 5,000 feet until established. Down to 5,000.
Okay, I'm just going to leave the flight deck for a couple of minutes and we'll be right back before the descent into Salzburg.
Lufthansa 309er, contact Frankfurt Tower on 136.5. 136.5 for Lufthansa 309er. Good day.
And we are back in the flight deck. We've got just under 80 miles to run now until our top of descent, 75 miles. That's to our top of descent. So, have a look at the latest weather. Come down to 1 knot tailwind now. Landing on radar, Speedbird 736 for our approach into Salzburg. Can we request runway 12?
Speedbird 736, runway 12 is not available. Runway 33 is in use at Salzburg.
Runway 33, we can't do 33. Speedbird 736 would like to request runway 12 for the ILS due to low visibility procedures. See what it comes back with. expect runway 33, Speedbird 736. Okay, so that's not what I was expecting. Okay, so we put that in then.
118.805 for Air France 46 November Delta. Good day.
What?
Air France 76 November, Lima, direct Delta Mike 420, cleared for the RNAV runway 08 left approach, descend and maintain altitude 5,000 feet until established.
Delta 5000 cleared for the RNAV 08 left approach, Air France 76 November, Lima.
Okay, so we can expect the RNP Yankee. I don't think we're going into RNAV 33 Yankee via 833, 832. The 831. So that. Performance page. Arrow will be 790. I don't think we can get in here, if I'm honest. I have to divert to Amsterdam. I don't want to do.
Austrian 265, direct taxi, cleared for the RNAV runway 07 approach, descend and maintain flight level 100 until established.
Delta 10,000 cleared for the RNAV 07 approach, Austrian 265.
Just had an 8 cars come through. ML2 Whiskey 8 is the stand. Okay, it's fine by me. This arrival that I don't know. We get Salzburg and then the Yankee. Where's the Salzburg VOR from there? So we're not doing that one anymore. We are apparently doing that one. Yeah, so we're expecting to come from Bandit above 4,000, go to Salzburg VOR. That's fine, I can do that. The problem I have now is we overlay that, get a better picture. So Okay, so Salzburg VOR is Whiskey Sierra 831, that's fine. Yeah, right. I'll do that. It'll be left turn to Whiskey 833. Follow the route down Whiskey 836. Maximum 148 knot turn to be level and final. At 379 feet above the runway at that point. Sorry. Yeah, this point.
Yankee, contact Munich Tower on 118.705. 118.705, Lufthansa 6 Yankee.
I'm straight ahead to Whiskey 831.
Cleared, Batty 2 Romeo into Salzburg. When you're ready to begin your descent, descend flight level 290. Lufthansa Cargo 8405, descend and maintain flight level 230. Descending to flight level 230, Lufthansa Cargo 8405.
Descent out blue. Cleared the Batty 2 Romeo, arrival, descend flight level 290, Speedbird 736. Max is descending now, as are we.
Speedbird 736, contact Munich radar on 125.14. Speedbird 736, descend flight level 190.
Descend flight level 190, Speedbird 736. Constraints on.
Speedbird 736, do not change squawk. Descend flight level 190. German wing.
Squawk unchanged, descend flight level 190, Speedbird 736.
Descending to 5,000 cleared for the ILS.
Why did it say that?
Approach. German wings 4, Lima Lima.
We're squawking 7244, which is what we were given. So, anyway. Let's set up.
Air France 76 November, Lima contact Munich Tower on 118.705.
Definitely not visual.
705 for Air France 76 November, Lima, good day.
Clear of conflict. We haven't even looked at the airport. We're landing runway 33 now, so we can expect to just taxi. It'll be a roll to the end. And taxi back. Where's the ground charts? Parking stands and coordinates. And we are Whiskey 8, so we're all the way at the end over here on the main Terminal 2 hangar. At the end, so we can expect Lima all the way to the end and taxi in there. Max says descending way in the cabin view looks so good. Well, I'm a pilot, so I tend to stay at I tend to stay at
736, contact Munich radar on
129.45, Speedbird 736, goodbye. Munich radar, Speedbird 736, passing flight level 330, descending flight level 190.
Good afternoon.
Just about make out what he said there. So if you are just joining the channel, welcome along, Speedbird14. We are in the descent, make our low visibility arrival via, I thought it was going to be an ILS auto land, but hey ho, it's not. So we're doing the circling RNAV Yankee approach into Salzburg. Press the wrong button. Yeah, press the wrong button. It's not what I wanted to press. So we'll be routing, just looking at the EFB there, Badit directly to Salzburg, and then the RNP Yankee. This is Salzburg here. Left turn, right turn, follow it down, base leg turn. It's an RNAV circle to land on runway 33. RNP Yankee. We've selected auto brake low for our arrival as well. We do idle reverse. We want to be fully configured before we reach Whiskey Sierra 836, which is this point here, so we'll have full flaps for that point. Gear down, full flaps, everything. Before we reach there. Why does that hurt so much? Arses. So sore.
Direct taxi cleared for the ILS runway 07 approach. Descend and maintain flight level 100 until established.
Descending to 10,000, cleared for the ILS 07 approach, Turkish 533.
Munich radar, descend flight level 130.
Send altitude, flight level 130, Speedbird 736. Descent up loop. What I'm doing now is just increasing the descent rate by increasing the speed, because although we only have to be above 5,000 by Whiskey Sierra 831, I want to be more like 5,000 to be more stable. Plus, looking at the chart there, you can see Whiskey Sierra 831 is at 5,000 feet. And the current vertical path is not going to achieve that, so you're not allowed to change altitudes, but you can certainly meet them better. Flight level 200, standard cross check, we are 200 for flight level 130. Landing at 1338. And put the terrain on because there's no weather. It's a better picture of what we're dealing with. And we'll strap in the customers as well. Rogue Pixel says, "Hi mate, is your pilot avatar showing when you're switching to outside view?" My pilot avatar? In terms of... You mean Steph over there, or do you mean me? Don't know. Mine? Oh, I don't know. Let's have a look. No, single pilot ops. Is that a bug? Why'd you ask? What is that a bug? Is that a known bug? Happy to oblige for you, Rogue Pixel. Thanks for watching. This will be an interesting approach for anyone watching. We've got circling RNAV approach, RNP approach into Salzburg now. You can see the mountains over there now, which we'll be heading for just a few minutes' time. Yeah, we're going for runway 33. Don't know why SayIntentions are insisting, but that's the runway in use, so we have to comply. I did ask. Going for runway 33, and if you look on I'm not going to be able to get it. So very minimal winds, 1 knot headwind. I mean, I could have got 1 too.
1,000 to go.
Checked. Rogue Pixel says, just did that 60 minutes ago as a foggy mess. Yeah, that's what I'm expecting. Speed out star.
Right, heading 150 vectors for the RNAV, runway 33 approach.
And right, heading 150 vectors for the RNAV, runway 33 approach. Speedbird 736. Speedbird 736 would like to request descent to 5,000 feet on the QNH 1013.
One, 0, 1, 3. Set, passing, 1, 3. 1,000.
Cross-side away, descent out blue.
100. Now.
Descent altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1013, Speedbird 736. Vertical speed.
cleared for the RNAV runway 08 right approach, descend and maintain altitude 5,000 feet until established.
Captain, we have a message from Captain Max LC. Cabin crew, 10 minutes to landing.
Contact Munich Tower on 118.7 0 tower. Someone can stop.
118.705 for Scandinavian 2657.
Speedbird 736, request direct Whiskey Sierra 831.
Clear direct WSI 831, proceed direct WSI 831.
Proceed direct Whiskey Sierra 831, Speedbird 736, and confirm cleared for the RNAV, runway tree.
WSI 831, expect the RNAV, runway 33 approach.
Expect the RNAV, runway tree approach, Speedbird 736.
Turn right, heading 150.
Unable, Speedbird 736, following the RNAV, runway tree. Flaps 1. Flaps 1.
Speed checked.
Turn right, heading 155 vectors for the RNAV, runway 33 approach. Lufthansa 6 Hotel Whiskey, contact Munich Tower on 118.705, Dutch 7.
118.705 for Lufthansa 6 Hotel Whiskey.
Descent, final blue. I don't think SayIntentions understands this airport. Speedbird 736 is on the RNAV Yankee runway tree. Hello, Cameron. Okay, thank you. Flaps 2.
Speed checked.
Speedbird 736, fully established on the RNAV Yankee runway tree.
736, contact Vienna radar on 118.56.
118.56, Speedbird 736. Vienna radar, Speedbird 736 is fully established on the RNAV Yankee runway tree. Out.
Checked.
Speedbird 736, Vienna radar identified, Servo Salzburg, QNH 1013.
QNH 1013, Speedbird 736. Gear down.
Gear down.
Flaps 3. Flaps full.
Speed checked. Speed checked.
approach checklist.
Borrow ref.
UNH 1013.
10.
Final approach.
13. Set. Seatbelt.
On.
Minimum.
1790 feet set. Set and checked.
Auto brake.
Set and checked.
Engine mode selector.
Normal.
Approach checklist completed.
Speedbird 736 is fully established on the RNAV Yankee runway 33.
Speedbird 736, roger, continue the RNF runway 33 approach. Report final.
Speedbird 736 is final for runway 33.
Speedbird 736, roger, continue final for runway 33.
Continue final for runway 33, Speedbird 736. Landing checklist.
Ecam memo. Radar altimeter alive.
Checked.
Approaching runway 15. Caution! Caution!
Disregard. So we've got an outside temperature of +11. It's going to drop dramatically when we get down on the ground, and we've got engine anti-ices on. Landing no blue.
Landing checklist completed.
On 790 is the go around altitude, so if we can't see the runway at that point, go around.
Bank.
Speedbird 736 is final, runway 33.
Speedbird 736, turn left heading
1000.
130.
Negative, Speedbird 736 is final, runway 33.
Speedbird 736, continue final for runway 33. Report established.
Speedbird 736 is fully established for the RNAV, runway 33. Are we going to get landing clearance, or are we just going to land? I don't know. Continuing at the moment. No visual yet. 200 feet to go.
Ryanair 37 Mike direct Abbott. Cleared for the ILS runway 04 approach. Descend
Visual.
and maintain flight level 060 until established.
100 above.
Continue.
Cleared for the ILS
Checked.
04 approach, Ryanair 37 Mike.
100 above.
736, contact Salzburg Tower on 118.1.
Approaching run
118.1, Speedbird 736.
Minimums.
Salzburg Tower, Speedbird 736 is final, runway 33. Good land, runway 33, Speedbird 736.
100. Testing. 30.
Speedbird 736,
20. Retard.
4, runway 33, clear to land.
Oh.
Spoilers. Reverse green. To Sao.
Manual brakes. That was rough as fuck.
$70 knots.
Speedbird 736, Salzburg Tower. Welcome to Salzburg. Taxi to
Approaching
Terminal
runway
2, W8 at your
15.
discretion. Stay on this frequency.
Taxi to Terminal 2, Whiskey 8, my discretion, Speedbird 736. After landing checklist.
Radar and predictive wind shear system.
Off.
After landing checklist completed.
Well, welcome to... that was a bumpy landing into Salzburg. JB Nottingham says, where are you flying? This is Salzburg in Austria on the German border. Captain Max says, I left a crater for you. Yeah, I think I left a crater as well. That was awful. Better what I could have done. Love that. Thank you very much, JB Nottingham. So we are just approaching along Lima all the way to the end. So we want the not the first but the second right turn. Definitely not that one. If you have liked the stream so far, please feel free to like, subscribe, follow. Any support you can give the channel is greatly appreciated. And then of course we'll be heading straight back to Heathrow very shortly, so don't go anywhere. Okay, so that's the first. He is running. Slow it down a little bit. Rogue Pixel, thank you very much for the like and the follow. Nicholas says, hey, good morning, welcome. You just missed our landing into Salzburg, but don't worry, we're heading straight back out again. And heading on over to Heathrow, where maybe I might be able to land properly. So we've got runway turn-off lights are turned off now as we just approach our stand at Whiskey 8. Taxi lights off. Whenever you're pulling on stand, you want to be below 7 knots. In the safe speed if you have to apply the brakes quickly. So bear in mind you've got cabin crew moving at the moment. Yeah, we picked Salzburg. Come in. What we got? Here we go. Come on. A little bit further. Go. Parking brake set. APU is available. Shut down. Beacon and seatbelt signs go off. Parking checklist.
Parking brake or chocks.
Set.
Engines.
Off.
Wing lights.
Off.
fuel pumps.
Off.
Parking checklist completed.
So there we go. Flight time of 1 hour and 36 minutes, done in an hour and 47 block time. Rogue Pixel says, is that an old DC-3? I think you're referring to that just part there. That is, in fact, yes, a DC-3. Let's head outside and have a look, shall we? Why is that so zoomed in? Yeah, there's a DC-3. Very nice. I used to love flying that on Flight Sim 2004. 2004, sorry. Because I'm that old. But here we are in foggy Salzburg. I don't know why I'm getting steps put onto the right hand side of the aircraft, but there we go. No idea what that's about. And we're here in Salzburg. Looks like a nice little airport, actually. Captain Max says we all have our slammers. Yeah, I know. That was a bit of a... Thing is, that was a smooth touchdown, but I think I just dropped the nose. I heard it. Heard it as well. But anyway. Let's have a look at the figures. This is going to be bad. Oh no, it's not as bad as I thought. Landing rate of 255 feet per minute. 1.33 G load. Let's say flight time of 1 hour and 49 minutes, which is good. So whilst we're here in Salzburg, we'll just reset all the clocks. And we'll set up for the next sector back to Heathrow. Again, if you'd like to join us if you'd like to join the virtual airline, you can do so by visiting vamsys.io/register/BBAW. Max says you don't want to look at my landing rate. Do you know what? I'm going to out you to everyone on the stream. What is his landing rate? Benefit of being the CEO of an airline. You can look at everyone's. Max, oh my god. So bear in mind everyone, I thought that was rough, right? That was minus 255. Max's was minus 697. Oh Max, you'll get there eventually. Anyway, here we are in Salzburg. Passengers are deboarding and walking into the terminal there. And we're going to head on over to the booking system and book our flight back to Heathrow. JB Nottingham giving us a follow over on Kick. Of course, we're live on YouTube, Twitch and Kick at the moment. And you can find the best bits of all of our previous live streams over on YouTube with YouTube Shorts. So feel free to head on over there. We're on Yankee Yankee today. Look that there. And we will be departing in JB Nottingham says, suppose I better start following you in all platforms. Absolutely, yes. Please do. Captain Max says it was a bounce, but I don't want to go around and make the stupid decision of slamming it. Right. The idea of not going around is not the excuse there. You can always throw a landing away. When you do your real flying and all of that, you'll soon learn that just throw it away, do it again. There's no shame in admitting defeat with a landing. It's better to be safe. I always say, and I got told this by a very senior pilot once, a good landing is one you can walk away from. A great landing is one you can reuse the plane. So it doesn't matter if it's a hard landing or you bounce it, whatever. But if you're going to slam it in, tail strike and whatever, break the landing gear, yeah, you don't want to be doing that. JB Nottingham, do you work in aviation as a job? Yes, I do. I am an in-flight manager at British Airways. Captain Max. So I had a great landing. Well, I don't know, 600 feet per minute. That's pretty firm. Nicholas says nice. Yes. Right, let's get prepped for the way back then. Yeah, I'm currently off sick at the moment. I broke my hand 5 weeks ago. So, yeah, hence the... I'm in a lot of pain today, actually. I think I've slept awkwardly on my hand. And, yeah, 700 feet per minute is, yeah, it's about that. I think I've slept awkwardly on my hand and I'm in a lot of pain today, so... Luckily, I've just got to close the throttle. It's not hard, but it is what it is. JB Nottingham, I did the same. I had to have screws and titanium rod. Fortunately, was that 5 weeks ago as well? Because I'm very fortunate. I haven't had surgery yet, but they are concerned with my hand. Basically, I'll take this off. I broke it here. I have no idea what. Let me. That's all a bit behind. It's all lagged. Let me go. I can't see the screen. Right. So I broke it at the base of the 5th metatarsal. That has basically come down and slid to the side. I also broke it here with a flake. I also broke it here with a flake, and I dislocated this joint, and it was like a Z shape. It was absolutely horrible. Absolutely horrible, and that's all I can do at the moment. That is all I got the movement. So why is my camera so high? Nobody said this. Nobody said anything. There we go. You can see my shirt now. I dressed up for this. Oh dear, I must have caught it getting the headset out. Yeah, 5 weeks ago, had the emergency surgery the same day. Mate, I was in agony. I was fortunate, right? I was on a bike, push bike. Did it burst out? Did you burst out crying? No, I did not. I'm not a little wuss. But no, I fell off an e-bike, some mud on the road. Instantly hit the floor, and I went to pick up the bike. My finger was pointing to the sky, so I was like, "That's not nice." Wait for one passenger to get off, and then we can get the rest on. Yeah, so I got back on the bike and cycled to an emergency room, and I just walked in. I just went, "I've had an accident, help!" And they gave me loads of pills, and then about 9 hours later, I came out of A&E, and I got seen by an emergency specialist 2 days later, and then yeah, I've had multiple casts and everything, but no titanium plates or screws, fortunately. You were out 2 days later, JW. Yeah, but you had surgery. That's the difference. It took them a long time to I actually had to go in and be like, "I know you're busy," because it's the NHS. Okay, I get they're busy, but I was like, my finger is pointing to the sky and I'm in extreme pain. Can you not... Nicholas says, is that covered by health insurance? You must be American. We have the National Health Service in the UK, so you walk in and it's completely free because you pay for it through your taxes. So I got treated for free, and I'm guessing JB Nottingham, being in Nottingham, got treated for free. I got Operation Surrey though. It wasn't Nottingham. In Surrey, was that East Grinstead? Did you go to Queen Vic? Same. Right, let's get this plane loaded. Yeah, I was in East Grinstead. That's mad, we could have been there at the same time. Small world, aviation. Really is a small world. Right, what are we doing? Not that one. I was on... You were on a date and you broke your hand. That's crazy. Well, I can only assume, Nicholas, I can only assume. Because that's the first thing Americans talk about is health insurance. I just, if I'm honest, my concern right now is I need my finger back operational by the end of this year, because I want to be in the cockpit of a 320 by the end of this year, well, 2026. And I don't think I'm going to get my medical back if I don't have my fifth finger working, which is a right concern for me. Right, let's get this on the roll, because we have a departure time to meet. Rogue Pixel, 2 years ago, I broke my metacarpal bone 5 times while cycling. As in, you had one break that was broken 5 times, or you broke the same bone 5 times in 1 year? Because that's ridiculous. Captain Max, 20k to get a checkup in the UK, in the USA. Not $20,000 to get a checkup. My dad lives in America. I know it's not that much. So we are Speedbird 735 is the call sign. Let's get the ATIS. Over to the comms. ATIS is 133-330.
At 4. Visibility 3. Sky conditions. View at 200 feet. Broken at 300 feet. Temperature -1. Dew point -1. QNH 1012. Transition level 120. Arrival metering in effect. Expect possible airborne hold. Advise on course heading, altitude, and if traffic service is requested. Read all runway and hold short instructions. Advise on initial contact. You have information whiskey. Salzburg Airport, information whiskey. 1320 Zulu. Wind 255 at 4. Visibility 3. Sky conditions. View at 200 feet.
Okay, so
Broken
we
at
have
300 feet. Temperature -1. Dew point -1. QNH 1012.
we have information whiskey, QNH 1012.
Not clear what you said. Say again. Expect runway 9er, right.
No. New flight, please. Right, let's catch up with the chat. JB Nottingham, that's absolutely crazy. We had the same accident 5 weeks ago in the same county and went to the same hospital. Don't live in Surrey. I'm going to tell you where I live. But yeah, East Grinstead covers everything in the southeast of the UK. Everything south of the Thames, all the way over to pretty much... where did they say? Like... they did tell me. And basically I'm like... I'm on their absolute extremities. Yeah, Brighton, yeah. So everything lower from the Thames all the way to Brighton, they cover that whole area for hands. They're a hand specialist, so yeah. Nicholas says, yep, sounds about right. Must hit that deductible. Crazy thing is, my dad's got this amazing health insurance in the US, and I can't even look at it. But hey ho. Right, we're a Speedbird 735 now. Let's get the Navigraph up. We'll do it that way. Push. No, not that one. That one. Gave you operational flight plan and what do I want? I want the MCDU. Right. Let's head on over to the Atsu, get that set up. Slightly behind schedule here. Departure time. What is the departure time? 14:20. 20 minutes. Okay, set that up. 735. 20. Flight level 360. Minus 61. It's so cold up there. No idea why it's so cold. But yeah. Is your virtual airlines through FS Hub? No, not through FS Hub. We are through VAMSIS. That's Victor Alpha Mike Sierra Yankee Sierra. So if you head on over to VAMSIS, don't go with a competitor. There is a virtual BAW and there is a virtual BA. We are virtual BAW. So you can hit the link on my page, or if Max is anywhere, he'll put it in the chat for me, because I know he likes doing that. 8 cars has come through. What are we? Zero fuel weight of 58.3. CG 30.9 and block fuel 7.2. A lot less fuel than we needed on the way out. As I say, if you join the virtual airline, oh, I need the clearance. Don't have clearance. If you join the virtual airline, you get 10% off SayIntentions as well. It's not a plug, not an advert. It's just an offer that we have with the airline. Let's get the clearance. Salzburg clearance, Speedbird 735, information whiskey, QNH 1012, West IFR clearance to Heathrow.
Stand by, the number 1.
Great to see so many of you watching over on Twitch. Thank you for the support.
Clear to Heathrow via the TR2 Alpha departure runway 33. Initial climb to flight level 060. Departure on 123.725 squawk 1347.
Head to Heathrow via the TR2 Alpha departure runway 33. Initial climb flight level 060. Departure 123.725 squawk 1347. Speedbird 735. There you go, thank you Max, putting in the register.
735, read back correct, tower is on 118.1, safe flight, sir.
Tower 118.1, Speedbird 735, thanks. Okay. So, we have our clearance. Landing 9 left on the Logan 2 hotel arrival, Max says. What's wrong with that? Right, so departing runway 33, Trout to Alpha. Insert that over to Heathrow. ILS 9 left. We can expect And there's Max. Oh no, I haven't got that. I've got the Alesso 1 hotel. Which is via Biggin. Interesting how we're flying from the same. Oh yeah, Lambourne to CF is about 40-ish miles, you're correct, yeah. Just doing our divert, 9 left. Optic 1 kilo. Let me guess, is it Manchester? Oh, Liverpool, okay. We can go to Liverpool, it's not a problem. Runway 9 at Liverpool. I might just go up to Liverpool. Elvo 1 Lima. Via Keegan. That same distance from Biggin as well. Yeah, you're absolutely right there. Okay, looking at the performance page then. What do we have? For our departure. So runway 33, it's dry. Config 1 plus F, no force of toga, no anti-ice packs off. 65.4. Okay, so V1 is 142, rotate 142, and V2 143. Transition altitude 12,000 feet from the ATIS.
Roger.
We've got, oh shush you. 3,000 for the engine out procedure. Actually, that's not right. With that, that's at 1,500 feet, so I'll add 15 to that. That's 4410. High altitude. Flaps. DHS 1 down 0.1 and 66 for the flex temp. We just copied those into the MCDU. You can see the engine out procedure there is 1,500 feet above the reduction of a full engine. Captain Max says, I'm pushing these passengers will live after the landing, hopefully. Nicholas said, damn, no. What's he saying damn to? Heading over to the secretary, the active, and I think this one doesn't return. Quite sure. Anyway. Passengers are almost boarded, complete. I don't think we can return here, actually. I don't think we can. Oh no, it's that one, isn't it? Yeah. Cloud. Nothing. 33. Start via 031. Hear that? That looks outright. Yep. QNH 1012, temperature -1, 2554. $17.90 for the Barrow. Right. Cockpit preparation checklist.
Gear pins and covers.
Removed.
Fuel quantity.
7,200 kilograms balanced.
Seat belts.
On.
Adheres.
Nav.
Borrow ref.
U and H1. Oh. Yeah.
1, 0. 1, 2, set. Cockpit preparation checklist completed.
Nicholas says, because BA doesn't operate the MAX 8. No, we don't operate any 737s, actually. Reason for that? I think it's just because we can get the Airbuses cheaper. We've had Airbuses since the 80s, so it's continuity of fleet. And there was rumour within IAG, which is the parent company of BA, that the MAX 8s were going to go down to Gatwick under our Euroflyer operation because they don't need containerization, whereas we do at Heathrow. For the bags, we put containers underneath, and obviously the 73 MAX is not a containerized aircraft, so they were like, well, if we set up Euroflyer, which is the Gatwick short haul operation, we'll ship down the older aircraft from Heathrow, which they've done. But obviously they have a limited life, so what's room? They have ordered 200. IAG have ordered 200, and it's like, where are they going to go? We think they're going to go to Gatwick for expansion. So, who knows? Rogue Pixel, what's your favourite plane in Flight Sim 2024? I only fly the 320. That's all I fly. I'm a training pilot, so I hope to be in that right-hand seat at the end of next year. So this is all I fly for continuity reasons. Hopefully you can all understand that one. I feel like an expert on it though. I'm not an expert, but I feel like an expert. Anyway, what have we got? We've got most of our passengers are boarded. I think all the passengers are boarded actually. DC3 at the back there. Max says he'd love to fly the 737s. Phoenix all the way, absolutely Rogue Pixel. So this time next year you'll be streaming from the cockpit in real life. I'll probably be streaming or like recording videos on YouTube, but you're very restricted on what you can legally do whilst on duty. So feel free to head on over to the YouTube, follow the channel, of course, because it will probably include some live shots later on towards the end of next year. I definitely will show some more videos next year when it comes to like the training side of things. I think you guys will like that, but I won't be able to live stream. That's I can definitely tell you that one. So heading on to the flight then, we are cleared up to 6,000, so that's in the FCU. We've got QNH 1012, that's correct. APU is still on, because it's cold outside. Yeah, talking to chat at 5,000 feet in real life. You can't do anything below 20,000 feet in real life. That's the restriction. Even taxiing on the ground, you can't do anything. So when you won't see a BA pilot with cameras or anything on the ground below 20,000 feet on approach. Doesn't happen. It's not allowed. And as crew, we're not allowed to do it on board either. We have that same restriction below 20,000 feet in the flight deck. for some distraction. Right, passengers are all on board. We've just got the final A cars coming through, which is edition number 2. So we'll just double check performance figures. Init fuel predictions, 0 fuel weight 58.6. That's gone up a little bit. It's 30.9. CG stayed the same. 7.2 on the fuel. Yeah, Nicholas. Okay, chat. Let's bump up the speed to Mach 0.9. This plane can't even do Mach 0.9. And Salzburg Tower, Speedbird 735, stand Whiskey 8, request engine start.
Speedbird 735, engine start approved at stand Whiskey 8.
Engine start approved, Speedbird 735. Don't need a pushback. Before start checklist.
Parking brake.
Set.
Takeoff speeds and thrust.
V1 142, V rotate 142, V2 143, flexing 6 degrees.
V1 1 4 2 VR 1 4 2 V2 1 4 3 flex temp 6 degrees. Windows.
Closed.
Beacon.
On.
Before start checklist completed.
Passing engine 1.
Okay.
So this is a no pushback stand, so we can start our engines on stand here. And we'll just taxi off to the right. Quite normal in European destinations to have slanted stands so that there's no pushback required. Makes it cheaper for the airport. Get our charts on here properly. Got one anymore? Straight out, immediate right turn. Left turn even.
Tower low, Shamrock 215, request taxi.
Shamrock 215, runway 33, taxi via Mike, exit 4, Lima, Foxtrot.
Starting engine 2. Starting engine 2.
Okay.
Should get some lovely views as we take off through the cloud with the mountains. Might engage the autopilot just so we can have a look around. Just have to get to 500 feet AGL above ground level. You can see as well the elapsed time chrono has not started because we haven't released the parking brake yet. So your block time starts when you either push back or you move under your own power with the intention of takeoff. So that is why that's not started yet. Wait in a couple more seconds and engine 2 will be available. After start checklist.
Anti-ice.
Off.
ECOM status.
Checked. 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 Say again.
ECOM status.
Checked.
Pitch trim.
0.1% set.
Rudder trim.
Neutral.
After start checklist completed.
I always forget this departure brief.
Are you ready for the departure brief?
Go ahead.
Alright, the latest weather shows marginal conditions. Plan to push and start for 2-engine taxi. There are no hotspots along our taxi route. It'll be a left seat takeoff, and we'll be using radar. We'll plan for a reduced thrust takeoff. Prior to V1, for any master warning, engine fire or failure that will prevent the aircraft from flying safely, we'll abort and stop on the runway. After V1, we'll take it flying and deal with it in the air and plan to come back here. Our top threat will be complacency. Any questions?
No questions.
Okay, that completes the brief.
Salzburg Tower, Speedbird 735, stand Whiskey 8, request taxi.
Speedbird 735, runway 33, taxi via Mike, exit 4, Lima, Foxtrot.
Runway 33, taxi via Mike, exit 4, Lima, Foxtrot, Speedbird 735. Clear left side.
Clear right side.
Full right rudder, full right lock on the tiller. Differential power. And just hold position for this Ryanair. Road Pixel says, are you using chase plane? What is chase plane? I've never heard of it. I get very stuck in my ways if I don't know about something. I tend to find out about 8 months after it comes out. Because I'd love a massive sim boost.
215, runway 33, cleared for takeoff. After takeoff, fly runway heading until reaching 500 feet, then proceed on course.
Okay, there's 3 minutes on the engines. Absolutely perfect. Oh. Brake check.
Pressure 0.
Taxi checklist.
Flight controls.
Checked.
Checked. Flap setting.
Config 1 plus F.
Config 1 plus F. Radar and predictive wind shear system.
On and auto.
Engine mode selector.
Normal.
ECOM memo.
Still waiting on the cabin. Captain Max says it's camera add-on. It gives really good features, including camera shake on touchdown. Ooh, I might have to look into that. Chase plane. Okay, I'll look into that. Size of that mountain over there. Just, you know, chilling off to the cabin. Hello, Cameron. Thank you, Cameron. Cameron's my in-flight manager that sits behind in the cabin, who's basically does my job in real life. Take off, no blue.
Taxi checklist completed.
Don't know how I messed it up so bad, but I'm on, let's say, 1 hotel as well. Salzburg Tower, Speedbird 735, ready for departure, runway 33.
Speedbird 735, runway 33, wind 250 at 4, cleared for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 33, Speedbird 735. Cleared for departure. Cleared for departure. Cleared for departure. Thank you.
Takeoff runway confirmed. Approach path clear of traffic.
3.
Line up checklist.
Takeoff runway.
Confirmed.
Runway 3 confirmed. TCAS.
PARA.
Pax 1 and 2.
Off.
Lineup checklist completed.
Takeoff.
Check.
And flex 66, SRS, auto thrust blue.
Checked. Thrust set.
Departure on 123.725.
$100 knots.
Checked.
V1 rotate. Positive climb.
Gear up.
Gear up.
Nav. Autopilot 1 on.
Speedbird 735, contact departure on 123.7, 2.
123.725, Speedbird 735. Salzburg departure, Speedbird 735, passing 3,000, climbing 6,000.
Speedbird 735, Salzburg radar identified, climb flight level 060.
Climb flight level 060, Speedbird 735.
Speedbird 735, Salzburg radar identified, climb
Flaps
flight level
0.
060.
Speed checked.
Well,
Speedbird 735, contact Munich radar on 125.14.
125.140, Speedbird 735. Unit radar, Speedbird 735 is passing 4,700, climbing 6,000.
1,000 to go.
Checked.
Speedbird 735, Munich radar identified, Africa, Salzburg 2AJ 101
Speed, outstar.
Checked.
UNH 1012, request further climb, Speedbird 735.
Speedbird 735, climb flight level 210, stay altitude.
Climb flight level 210, Speedbird 735.
Flight level
Let's climb, open climb, out blue. Set standard.
Standard cross-checked. Passing flight level 066. Now.
Nicholas says, does SayIntentions have traffic, or is that from other traffic injection? No, it's all run through SayIntentions. SayIntentions does all of the traffic injection, all of the sequencing, ATC.
Checked.
I am waiting for them to just improve on a couple of bits. You've also got Entourage, which is their living world situation. So if you don't want to do airline ops and instrument flight rules all the time. You can do VFR, you do circuits. You can also call up SkyOps, and they can give you a mission to do. You can also climb flight level 260, Speedbird 735. I'll just bring it up on my phone here. It's in the camera. So they have something called Pocket Sky. Climb flight level 260, Speedbird 735. So that's 10,000. Take the seatbelt signs off now. Maintain flight level 260, Speedbird 735. So on Pocket Sky, you can control the flight from your phone. I don't do that, but you can. One of the things you can have is you can get, I'm not going to be able to see that. You can get dispatch, airport ops, checklists, CP, DLC, all get it to your phone. So you don't have to have all the equipment, you don't have to have the MCDU like I've got, you don't have to have the FCU panel. You can literally control the whole thing from your phone. Well, I recommend them. And yeah, you can turn traffic on and off. You can what else can you do? There's loads of stuff you can do. You can literally get everything on your phone, but there's also software on the screen that you use. I really like SayIntentions. I've been using them over a year now. Recently became a partner. So yeah, I do recommend them. So we're passing flight level 136, climbing to 260. Dark in the cockpit here because we're backlit. I'm flight level 310, Speedbird 735. One thing with flying in the Europe, especially Northern Europe like the UK and Scandinavian countries, is it gets so dark so quickly, man. I mean, what are we? We're 2:30. We're expected to be landing at 4 o'clock. It's going to be dark. It'll be dusk. It'll be a dusk arrival. So yeah, this time of year when you go streaming, it's always like, what do you expect when you land? But once again, it's PSX is closed and cancelled on me. Yeah, what do you expect? It's gonna be dark. Did I say it was via Ockham?
Descending to 5,000, cleared for the RNF 08 left approach to
Begin.
755 Lima.
Begin 09 right.
Flight level 360, Shamrock 215.
We should be expecting Terminal 3 arrival, but we'll see. Alesso then, down here. Alesso's down here, we're joined by the southeast coast of the UK, up to Biggin. It's one of the holding points, it's just above Biggin Airport, ironically. And then for runway 09, as Max was saying earlier, I'm flight level 360, Speedbird 735. It's a really long downwind leg for 09. Biggin. Maintain flight level 360, Speedbird 735. And then come in on 09 left. Likelihood of ever getting 09 right very low, but it does happen during the mornings. And then from 09 left. From there, onto the arrival, landing on the left hand side. Try and come off Alpha 9 Whiskey, but might be Alpha 8. And then we'll taxi all the way around, hopefully to Pier 6 or into the Romeo area. If we're lucky, we might get a Gulf arrival on Pier 5, but knowing SayIntentions, it'll send me down to T5 anyway. So with SayIntentions, they are, a lot of the major airports are like airline code encrypted, so BA, it knows that it goes to Terminal 5, it knows it also goes to Terminal 3, but there's no distinguishing between what flight numbers go to which. So that's why I laugh about, say it's likely to go down to T5. So on our way back up to Heathrow then. If you're enjoying the stream, remember to like, follow and subscribe. Greatly appreciate any support you can give. If you're over on YouTube, click that subscribe button. It doesn't cost anything, it's free. But you can get notified as well if you click the bell about when I go live in the future. I might come back tomorrow, I might come back on Tuesday. Because I'm off sick, my wife is working 2 jobs, so I'd like to spend 1 day with her. But I think she's working tomorrow. Quite sure. So, let's see. I'll confirm on YouTube later. I'll put it up on the community page of what's happening. It'd be nice to, if you can all join along again. I mean, we've got Nicholas is over in the States, I'm guessing. He hasn't confirmed that or denied it. Where's everyone from? Where are we joining from today? Where are you watching along on this low visibility ops flight? Chicago, USA. I love Chicago. I've been there so many times. I remember when I was very young, very naive and very inexperienced with world weathers. I used to have some, it's going to sound so grungy, I had some ripped jeans. Our rogues come from Vienna, Austria. Very nice. So you're used to this weather then. As I was saying, I had some ripped jeans and I was going to Chicago. Of course Max puts that. I had some ripped jeans and I was in Chicago and outside it was minus 32. I was like, oh, I'll be fine. I'm just going to go to the Cheesecake Factory. My knees were purple by the time I got to the Cheesecake Factory and it was only like a block away. Oh, it was so cold. But Vienna's a beautiful city as well. Been there many a time. Oh, I love the Cheesecake Factory. You know what I love as well? When I'm on a night stop, I like being a manager. It's quite nice to just escape for a little bit. Just go off on your own, have lunch. But I like to go to the Cheesecake Factory and I like to get the lunchtime special pizza. Get the pepperoni flatbread pizza with hot honey and a side salad. It's like 20 bucks. It's cheap. Get my greens, get some honey, get some nice food, and then I head back to my room, have a nap, and fly overnight back to London. I like Vienna as well. Vienna's nice. Very ornate city. Very easy to get about though. You've got the trams. Trams are easy. I don't know if you guys can see. You guys see all the flags on my map? These are all the cities I've been to in the world. And some of them are missing because I run out of flags. So, yeah. Like I've been to Lapland, but there's no flag because I run out of flags. Have you ever fallen asleep when you weren't on your break? Very close to. Very close to. Yeah, some flights are ridiculous. I mean, when we first started flying to Santiago in Chile, like you've got like a 15-hour flight. It's long, man. And then on top of that, got like the Andes. So as you come down here, you've got like the mountains between Argentina and Chile, and because of that, there's a high turbulence risk. So you have to sit down after working all night, and you've been working for like I don't know, including check-in, commuting. You've probably been awake for about 28 hours, and then like you have to sit down a half an hour before landing, 40 minutes actually, as you cross the Andes and then descend because of the turbulence risk. And it's just like, it's mad. You sit there in front of passengers and you're like falling asleep. So yeah, you're not supposed to at all. You're not supposed to fall asleep, but you know, we're not robots, we are human. Nicholas says, do you do that flight on the 777? No, I think it's 787. Yeah, 787. And we're just updating all of our 787s actually. So the Dash 8s have all been converted inside. They've all got the new. They've all got the nice club suites, which is quite nice to work with. Dash 9s are being done now. I think there's one done. 3 more Dash 8. Can't even do that. 3 more Dash 8s to be done, and there's like 19 Dash 9s to be done. Dash 10s already have the suites. So does BA use the 300ER or F? F for freight. We don't have freight aircraft, but we do have the 300ERs. They're very nice bunks. Very nice bunks. I'd say they're the best bunks on any aircraft. Yeah, 300's nice. We used to be really dense. We used to have like 300 people on it, but now I think it's 200 and I've got all the figures on my phone over there, but I can't be bothered to get it. I think it's 278 or something like that. We've got 78 business class seats on that, so it's yeah, nice aircraft though. Very dry. Do like 350s in the. I like the 350. I like the 78. So they're lower cabin altitudes. You don't feel as dry. Whereas the 777s, like, you get off it, you're just like, I need a drink. Yeah. I was more of a whiskey guy these days. I like my whiskey. So, just approaching top of climb, out cruise. Nicholas says, trying to see which plane I'd be able to use for the VA. I only know the Max 8 and the 777. Well, we have a lot of routes on the 777. It's our biggest fleet. So feel free to come and join us. You get 10% off SayIntentions, and you can fly the 777 for us, alongside myself and Max. Max is the Chief Ops. I'm Chief Exec. We're also looking for more staff, so if you want to volunteer and help run it, feel free to drop an email or message me directly on... oh, I haven't set up the Discord yet, have I? Are you going to add Shannon? I think I am, because I enjoyed doing that. It's going to be more work for us, but I think I am going to add Shannon as a... It would be a... It would be down as a training flight, and it would be down as... The question is how, because of how the system works, is how do we sequence that one out as multiple landings? Because if people are going to be doing circuits, Shannon, I don't know. I've got to look around how I want to do Shannon to get some more hours while being lazy. Do you want me to add it? Is that what you're saying? You want me to add Shannon in right now? I could have got some hours in, man. Let's see. Why is my screen so bright? Okay. Let me have a look right now. I'll have a look. Can't actually show this on screen, unfortunately, because it's got some sensitive information on it. So I'm going to be working whilst in the cruise, but we can still chat during the cruise. That's not what I want. I bet it's not even in the system. Oh, it is? Wow. Okay, so that's a training. Leave blank to use current date and time is correct. BAW 9978. What can we do? New flights. Remember, if you want to interact with the flight crew on this flight, feel free to head over to, as StreamKit has said in the chat there. One 133.55 Speedbird sub 35. Goodbye. Munich radar, Speedbird 735, flight level 360.
Speedbird 735, Munich radar identified. Good afternoon.
One hour and 35 minutes. Distance is 355. Yeah, I think that's correct. His route's so dodgy it's taking me south just to go back up north. Nicholas says, there is a Chicago to 777 in real life, but these are the 787. Do they? Really? I didn't realise 787 goes to Chicago at the moment. Would I be able to use the 777 in the VA, or does the aircraft type have to match in real life? No, so within the VA, various routes have various aircraft types. So you can't fly Manchester to London in a 777, for instance. So we control what fleets operate on which routes. But the 777 can basically do any long haul. It's available on all of the long haul routes. So BA mix matches subs all the time, so we emulate that as well. So yeah, you can fly 777, no problem. Absolutely no problem. Go on, Nicholas, joy. You know, it's weird actually, right? Here's a little fact for you. So in Chicago, BA lands into one terminal and departs from another terminal due to customs and connections and things like that, because we depart out of the American Airlines terminal, but we land into the international terminal. Now, to get the plane from the international to the American Airlines terminal, they don't.
Munich radar, contact Swiss radar on 136.155.
136.155, Speedbird 735. Goodbye. Swiss radar, Speedbird 735, flight level 360.
Speedbird 735, Swiss radar identified. Good afternoon.
Yeah, so we have BA personnel for the arrival part in the arrival terminal, and then we use American Airlines, our partner, over at the departure terminal. And it's quite funny because it's a very smart thing to do, what I'm about to explain, but you'd think like, yeah, Iberia does exactly the same thing as this, right? So what they do, rather than getting a tow with a tug, which apparently costs a lot of money in Chicago, they've employed about 20 retired American Airlines pilots who their sole job is to start the engines at one terminal and taxi the plane over to the other terminal, and that's cheaper than getting a tug. Mad, because you get to the aircraft and it's not ready, and it pulls on stand, and then this plane with just 2 pilots on it, this pilot opens the door and he's got like taxi crew. That's all they do, is they taxi the plane. They have a lanyard that says taxi crew, and yeah, it's just like vintage American airline pilots. Oh yeah, waste fuel, but it's cheaper. And when you're, as much as like it's all about sustainability and all of that, right? There's also, you're running a business, so it's cheaper to start the engines, burn the fuel, and sometimes they have to taxi off and hold. It's ridiculous how much fuel they probably burn, but it's cheaper to do that than it is to taxi the aircraft via tug. Bit of inside information for you.
Sun Express 6 Bravo Juliet, radar contact.
Right, so I'm implementing this how do they do the pushback then? Or do they use the tug? They use the tug for that. Apparently it's really expensive to get the tug to transfer between terminals. And also, when you look at the priority level and in traffic, towed aircraft are the lowest priority. So they also do it to increase priority, because it's just a taxiing aircraft. Very smart, really smart. You get more priority if you taxi the aircraft, so they push it back and then they taxi it round, and they can do that in like 10 minutes, whereas a tug will take like half an hour, 45 minutes. Speeds up the turnaround time. Of course, they still try and do it in 2.5 hours, which is impossible. Okay. Riaz469, hello, welcome. Welcome to the stream over on Kick there. Nicholas says BA used to fly the 380 to O'Hare, but not anymore. Not sure what happened. COVID happened is what happened. It stopped when COVID stopped, and then they... I don't think the 380 would work with the current terminal situation either, because we switched after COVID for that. So this has been happening for a few years. Okay, so 9946. Right, I think I've created this correctly, Max. You should be able to fly the route now between Heathrow and Shannon and back. And it's under a training route, so there should not be any passengers on board in your sim brief, so just double check that before. Go back to routes. Right, edit that. Drop a note in. Oh no, what has happened? Amsis has crashed. Hours and points are not awarded. What do you mean hours and points are not awarded?
Bravo Juliet, contact Zurich info on 122.305. 122.305 for Sun Express 6 Bravo
American Express 6 Bravo Juliet, radar contact.
Hours and points are not awarded. Is that because it's a training flight?
Swiss 7 Golf Papa contact Zurich Tower on 118.1. Switching to Zurich Tower on 118.1. Swiss 7 Golf Papa. Swiss 189er, direct to Mickey. Cleared for the ILS runway 28 approach. Descend and maintain flight level 070 until established.
How do I change that?
Swiss 189er, contact Zurich Tower on 118.1.
I love that I brought you in, and then you seem to know more than I do. Why would that? Why would a training flight not accumulate points?
Swiss 868 Lima, contact Zurich Tower on 118.1.
Need to let the dogs out. Yeah, I need to take Nala out when we land. That's activity settings. Let's have a look.
Speedbird 735, Swiss radar, contact Greens Control on 121.075. Alpine 49er Juliet Hotel, direct Okippa. Cleared for the ILS runway 09er left approach. Descend and maintain flight level 150 until established.
Contact Reams Control 121.055, Speedbird 735. Goodbye.
Edelweiss 131 Golf, direct.
Reams Control, Speedbird 735, flight level 360.
Speedbird 735, Rams control identified. Salut.
I've just changed it, Max. You should be able to get points on training flights now. And what else do I want? That'll do. Right. So yeah, that should be in there now, and you should be able to get points. Okay, let's think about our arrival then. So head on over to the EFB, have a look at our arrival performance. 09 left is correct. We are dry. Get the latest 1006. Our landing weight is 58.9. 61.9. So we can do.
Speedbird 586, Mike, radar contact.
That's weird. We can do auto brake low, and we can also do a flap 3, which flap 3 would be on the overhead from over here, over to GPWS, which is in this section on the left hand side, and click landing flap 3. So that tells the GPWS system you're going to do flap 3. Then you also need to come down to the MCDU, and on the performance page of the approach, click config 3. Oh, Rim's control is a very Frenchman. There is nothing wrong with a Frenchman, but his accent is very strong. Okay, flap 3 it is. Right, so wind is 0708 and a 3 knot crosswind. NH1006, temperature 10 degrees. 279 is the Barrow, and I have a little bit of paper that I write my clearances on and the call sign. It's just I fold it into 3, fold it in half. That's just trying to find the departure because it's all folded up. Cool, that's it.
Range control, Ryanair 6 Juliet Lima, flight level 380.
Ryanair 6 Juliet Lima, radar contact.
just stepped out the flight deck there, desperate for a drink. We're just making our turn over to the northwest. Let's have a look at where we are in the world. We're about halfway into our flight now. A quartering tailwind there. Only 33 knots though, not very strong.
Runway 08 right approach. Descend and maintain flight level 150 until established.
Down to 15, 5000 cleared for the RNP 08 right approach. Air France 23 Bravo Romeo.
See there across Europe there's not a lot of weather until you get to the UK, and they've got a jet stream. That's 45 knots. This is a flight level 22, what are we, 36? About where the jet stream is yet, so not a lot happening. These are little barbs. If you have a triangle, it's 50 knots, half a bar, 5 knots, full bar, 10 knots. So. Max says, oh no, I'm going to be getting that annoying cleared destination via Compton, then flight planned route. Is that annoying? Is that normal? Ironically, the visibility is apparently fine. Oh, that's a 360. Reduce that. Right. Yes, non-standard departure for easterlies. Well, why, if it's non-standard, do they use it? I love that tiger, waypoint tiger. Cool. So we can select our Ockham arrival. Runway 09 left. Max says, because the Compton 5 Juliet goes a bit too close to the extended descent line of 09 left, such a low levels that you get departure, climb straight ahead onto London DME 2, then right through 20 climbs to 6,000. If you say so. Do they use that in real life? That's what I want. Yeah. There is our final routing. Usually they do. If it's a non-standard departure, they should be changing the SID.
Speedbird 735, Reims control. Contact Paris control on 120.955.
120.955, Speedbird 735, thank you. Paris control, Speedbird 735, flight level 350, correction, Speedbird 735, flight level 350. Oh, fair enough.
735, Paris control, identify,
Bienvenue. If you're following along, thank you very much for supporting the channel. Speedbird14, of course. We're live on YouTube, Twitch and Kick. So if you're on one of those channels, please like and subscribe. Greatly appreciate any support you give us. And by us, I mean me. Very new to this streaming malarkey, but I'm not very new to flight sim. We've been flight simming for over 20 years now. So please feel free to ask questions, ask for advice, anything you need to do, feel free to do so. You can also get involved with the stream by using the commands as listed in the chat, and you can interact with the flight crew. It's both myself and Steph, and Steph being the co-pilot just there. Well, she's looking at. There we go. We're up in the cruise, flight level 360, heading over to Heathrow. This will be the final sector of today's stream. And if you like the streams and you like all the more like 22 years, I'm not that old. Yeah, if you like the streams and you like the content, or you just like me as a person, it's entirely up to you. Head on over to our YouTube channel, Speedbird14. You can find all the shorts of the best bits. Not just the best bits, the worst bits as well, like me not being able to land. If you're new to the channel, you won't know, but I've recently moved over to a left-handed stick from a right-handed setup for the last 20 years, so I'm still getting used to that. I seem to be adjusting quite quickly, but... Is it 20? It's not 22 years. It can't be 22 years. No, it's not 22 years. It's about 20 years. All started with Flight Simulator 2004. I completely forgot. Where is the fat suit, trousers, red coat and Santa hat? Not happening. Not happening. I am not wearing a fat suit. Why is it 22 years? I haven't said 22 years. It's about 20 years. It's 22 years since I decided I wanted to be a pilot. So long ago. A little bit of weather up on the radar there, we can see over the, probably going to be over Paris, yeah. Don't think we're going to get above that. Could go up. Let's get you involved. Do you think we should go above that? Or should we stay where we are? Are we going to be above it? What's your thoughts? I got told this really cool water trick, actually. I didn't really understand it. I walked into the cockpit once and this captain was staring through a water bottle. I said, what the hell are you doing? And he goes, if you set the... You know when you look at water, there's like a bubble on top. He said if you set that so it's on the horizon, if you're looking above the water, you're going to fly through it. No, if you're looking above the water, and that's on the horizon, you'll fly over it. If you're looking through the water, you'll fly through it. I was like, that's a really clever, non-technical way of looking whether you're going to hit the clouds or not. So, yeah, if this was a real plane, I'd get my water bottle and just see. It was so funny when he said, I just walked in, he's staring through this water bottle. It's like, what are you doing, man? Crazy old fool. I mean, he was old. He's late 60s. So. And of course, late 60s, I mean like 63. But if you served him that long. I know they do have the weirdest techniques. You know, like your 3 times table, that's bog standard, everyone knows that. But this water technique, I've been flying for 12 years. Never seen that before. And strange. Old pilot tales.
Are you ready for the arrival brief?
Go ahead.
Our current weather shows nice VFR conditions, and we've got the arrival and approach for guidance in FMS for descent landing to get down to the airport. It'll be an ILS approach. The runway is dry, and we'll take the first available turn and taxi to the gate per ATC instructions. Once cleared, we can plan to start the APU for taxiing. Any questions?
No questions.
Brief complete.
Landing to 4000, cleared for the ILS 30 approach, channels 17 Kilo Yankee.
What's the weirdest call sign you guys have heard on the radio? Because there's some call signs that just don't make sense.
The Gulf Tower, 123 decimal 605.
123.605 for Air France 59 Kilo Lima. Good day.
I think the best one for me was when I did a charter for Lapland, and our call sign was Santa 2. That was awesome. So if you've heard any real world call signs on the radio, what's the weirdest one you've heard? Nicholas, all European call signs confuse me. How? Why? What you have to understand, right, there's a lot of heritage in Europe. So, yeah, the Xmas call signs are weird, I know. For instance, I don't want to get this wrong.
Tower, 134 decimal 5.
134.56 for channels 17 Kilo Yankee. Good day.
Same airline can have different call signs. Yeah. So, prime example is actually BA, right? So, with BA, you have Speedbird, which is mainline BA. That's the big company BA. You then have Euroflyer, which is our short-haul Gatwick operation, which is a subsidy, a solely owned subsidy of British Airways. Their call sign is Griffin. You have London City, which, depending on the route and the heritage of that route, depends on the call sign of that. So you can have City Flyer, can have a call sign of either CityJet or Flyer, Yeah, we have a lot. We have a lot of history. We're over 100 years old, you know. And I was just reading here the call sign Speedbird. It comes from the classic Art Deco bird logo design of the 1932 for its predecessor Imperial Airways, symbolising speed and modernity. The name and logo were adopted by BOAC and carried over to BA when formed, and stuck as the radio identifier even after the logo was retired. It's a legacy call sign representing an airline's long history. It's over 100 years old. RPA and AAL are the same airline, different call signs. No, they're not the same airline. Because AAL is American Airlines, RPA is American Regional, which is the call sign of Republic Airways, and the call sign for Republic Airways is Brickyard. They're not the same. It's like saying, you know, it's like Eurofly operating under a BA call sign. They wouldn't, because they're a different airline. No, American Eagle is something completely different. God, if you put that into Google, a lot of information. American Eagle is a regional brand for American Airlines. Generally, Eagle flight used by subsidiaries like Envoy. You also might see variations like Executive Eagle for former carriers like Executive Airlines, and other specific operator call signs like CAP for Civil Air Patrol. Yeah, I mean, call signs are call signs, man. The flying school that I fly with, we have a call sign. We don't just use the registration. It's pretty cool having a call sign. So each aircraft has its own designator, so you know which aircraft it is on the radio. So if you hear 04, you know it's one aircraft. If you hear 05, it's another aircraft. It's quite a cool way of doing it. Anyway, we're over here in Europe. I think Red Nose as well is a good call sign. The Norwegian Red Nose. Great. It's the front of the plane's red. But yeah, Santa too. That was a good one. Haven't had any stand information. Nicholas says, what about United Express? What's their call sign? United Express. Making me Google stuff, guys. United Airlines call sign United for mainline, while regional partners have their own, like Mercury, which is Shuttle American or Republic, Lindbergh by GoJet, or Commute Air, reflecting the specific carrier's identity in air traffic control. I did not know that. Max says, speaking of flight schools, he's got 2 months till he does his first flight. I thought you were supposed to do it last week. Why have you got to wait 2 months? That's ridiculous. UAL is United Airlines. It's not Express. UAL is United Airlines. It's the main line. I haven't eaten anything today. I don't feel hungry. I can easily go a whole day not eating on the plane. A couple of weeks ago, bad weather, then I also have school during the week, so it has to be on the weekends, which are booked out. I can understand that, yeah. So they've had to put you back 2 months. Jesus Christ. Where is it you're flying from? Is it Whittam? Or oh, we just got the A-cars through. Is it Whittam? Oh, look at that. 5A522. I told you we wouldn't go back onto Terminal 3. Elstree. Oh yeah, you're North London. Do you have to go to Elstree? Could you not go to Booker, Whittam? Where else could you go? Stapleford up the road. I have 520. There's also Delta and Delta connection. Yes, indeed there is. What do you mean you have 520? We've got 136.6 direct track miles and 162 track miles to go. Probably could, but I already paid. They don't do refunds. Arrival stand 520. Oh, I'm 522. Yeah, I get what you mean now. Yeah, they don't do refunds. It's the bloody annoying thing about it. But you could always go and have a lesson elsewhere, and then just go to that one place, pick up the lesson, because an hour is an hour in the sky. It doesn't matter. Like, it's still logbookable. We're coming up on top of descent now.
Clear base 1. Hotel into Heathrow whenever you'd like descent. Flight level 280.
Speak of the devil. Cleared the Alessa 1 hotel arrival, descend flight level 280, Speedbird 735. Descent out blue. Descend flight level 180, Speedbird 735.
Speedbird 735, flight number 180073 noted.
Descend flight level 180, Speedbird 735. Okay, so a very straightforward approach here, basically a straight line over to Biggin, and then it'll be a left turn to fly downwind for runway 09 left. EDC, Pro Player 2521, PDC. You have the Geneva call signs on the Salzburg routes. Hang on, what's PDC? I want to know what PDC is. I'm like an impatient child. Tell me what PDC is. Pre-departure clearance? ACARS? I just haven't turned it on today. ACARS, yeah. No, I haven't turned it on today. It's too short of a route to use ACARS. I'd just rather use voice. It's better for you guys. Otherwise you just get this annoying ringtone every 20 minutes. Yeah, pre-departure clearance. No, I just prefer to use the voice at the moment. Plus for the stream it's better for... Check your received messages in a minute. Well, how? What are you going to do? You're going to send me a message? Maybe. If you can send a message to me via SayIntentions, good luck. Yeah, it's not on VATSIM. All SayIntentions, I'm afraid. Well, I'm not afraid. I like them. I'm not afraid to use them. If you have Hotbees, you'll see it. I do not. It is directly through SayIntentions in your aircraft. Yeah, no, it's directly directly through SayIntentions. So I'm afraid you won't be able to send a message. Oh, never mind. But you can always leave a message here. Give the channel a like and appreciate your support. Pro Player 2521. Okay, so just past flight level 300, position check. We are 300 for flight level 180, standard cross check once, twice, 3 times. If you're watching along, thank you very much for your support. Gorgeous evening arrival here into Heathrow. Just posting in, just left. We've actually left Le Touquet, where I've flown many a times for lunch. 2K just to our 4 o'clock there, or 4:30, whatever you want to call it. Very nice place to go for lunch for the day. Your little aircraft. Oh, I need a shave. We're just coasting in over the channel, the English Channel. Got our approach into Heathrow.
Speedbird 735, contact bearers control on 135.55.
135.55, Speedbird 735. Hours control, Speedbird 735, passing flight level 265, descending flight level 180.
Speedbird 735, Paris control identified. Bienvenue.
Bienvenue. Right, come on then guys, what's your predictions? What are you thinking the landing's going to be like? Are you going to get a bumpy one, or are you going to get smooth as butter? What do we think? You've got 4:05, so you've got 20 minutes to make these predictions. Is it a good idea to do base training in the dark? Absolutely not. You're supposed to be visual. Nicholas predicts -300. That's not good. I'm better than that. I know I stomped it into Salzburg, but Since you're still new to the left stick. Okay, alright, I'll let you off, thank you. Okay. Max says 1.23 point something.
Ailing 606, Alpha contact, London Gatwick Tower on 124.23. 124.23.
I've had some really nice... What is it I had the other day, Max? It was like 98. Minus 98 I got. Which is a bit soft, but I was like, that's good. And then the next flight was like minus 400. You'll be able to watch it on one of the... I think it was... Which one was it? I think it was Captain's Seat, the live stream. Yeah, the Captain's Seat live stream. Head over to YouTube. You can catch it on there, or I think it's uploaded on Twitch. The first takeoff out of there, you can watch on the video. My mind just completely goes, huh? Because it was my first takeoff, and Steph's goes V1, and I, because I'm so used to doing it with my left hand, I released the joystick with my left hand at V1. Because of course you take your hand off the throttle at V1 so you don't pull it back if there's a problem. And
Paris control, contact London control on 135.805.
London control 135.805, Speedbird 735. Good evening. London control, Speedbird 735, passing flight level 205, descending flight level 180, type A320.
Speedbird 735, London control identified. Good afternoon.
So yeah, she goes V1 and I just let go of the joystick. And I was like, oh, I need to hold that. And then I didn't know what to do on the right hand. It was such a little brain fart. But anyway, here we are. We'll see what we get on this one. We're just coming up to Etvax, which we need to be at flight level 180, which I think we're going to meet quite nicely. Beautiful sunset. See all the way down to the south coast. Check. It's like Brighton and everywhere down there. Oh no, Brighton's way along there. Brighton's like way over there. This is like Hastings. Speed out star. Out. This is the perfect time of year to go flying in a light aircraft as well, because there's no thermals. It's so smooth. It's like it's smoother than driving a car. I can't do it because I've got a broken hand. No medical. I could go flying with someone, I guess, because I don't hold a medical at the moment. I could do that. But they'd have to be they'd have to be the pilot in control.
Speedbird 108. London control, Speedbird 108, flight level 310.
So ATC are keeping us high. That long downwind turn. Come on guys, get your predictions in. We've got minus 300 from Nicholas. We've got minus 1.23 billion from Max, which is really nice to hear. What do we think the landing is going to be? They need a medical?
Speedbird 735, London Control, descent. Flight level 107. Turn left heading 270 vectors for the ILS runway 9 left approach.
Descend and maintain flight level 107, turn left heading 270 vectors for the ILS runway 9 left approach, Speedbird 735.
123.805, outside 71 Delta Whiskey. Good day. Speedbird 735, London Control, descent, flight level 100.
Descend flight level 100, Speedbird 735. I was talking G load. Oh, okay. One, yeah, okay. You said, do they need a medical? Yes. So if I don't hold a medical, I can't be pilot in command. If I can't be pilot in command, there needs to be another commander. And they obviously need to have a medical. So you need to be fully licensed to fly with another pilot. Or the other pilot needs to be fully licensed if you're going to fly with them, is what I meant. On to the initial approach. This is a much better, I mean, we're still too far away. It should be over here, but much better vectoring from SayIntentions than it used to be. They used to vector me off into the south coast and English Channel, so they are improving it.
Descend and maintain altitude 4,000 feet until established.
Down to 4,000, cleared for the ILS 08 right approach, EA79er uniform Victor.
Dusk arrival, isn't it?
Victor contact London Gatwick Tower on 124.23.
At least if we stay high, we can keep speed. That's the main thing. Max, I'm going to need an announcement in a minute. Or anyone else, first come, first serve, if you want to make the announcement for 10 minutes of landing. Who's going to get in there first? Look at that sky. I mean, this is just basic FS 2024. There's no additions on there. I think I need Atmos, but look at that sky. I mean, it's, oh, look at that. I need to screenshot that.
Traffic.
See.
Speedbird 735, contact Heathrow radar on 125.625.
125.625, Speedbird 735. Maintaining directory. Resolution alerts. Zero conflict. Traffic going above. Heathrow radar, Speedbird 735, passing flight level 150, descending flight level 100.
Speedbird 735, Heathrow radar identified. Good afternoon.
Captain, we have a message from Captain Max LC. Cabin crew, 10 minutes to landing.
Remember guys, if you want to get involved with the stream, you can get in contact with the flight crew, just like Max just did. Just follow the instructions in the chat. Lovely evening here in London. think if you do it without the quotations, she just says it. I'm not quite sure. Max is on final now. He's beat me. Max and I have been doing the same flight today, so he's a bit busy.
Speedbird 735, Heathrow radar, turn right, heading 290.
Right turn heading 290, Speedbird 735. Beautiful sunset over the horizon there, look at that. Max says, I'm going to do it out of Gatwick, but I decided to go to Gatwick tomorrow to do Madeira. Did Gatwick do Salzburg as well? I don't know that. I can't keep track of what everyone does. We'll do Madeira tomorrow. 10 miles to run. Well, it's not 10 miles, it's about 15 actually. You're watching along now, thank you very much for supporting the channel. We are trying to get to affiliate on Twitch, so if we could get 25 follows, that would be greatly appreciated. 50 would be even better.
1,000 to go.
So recommend the channel to all of your friends. Get them to give the channel a follow over on Twitch so we can get affiliate. I'd be greatly appreciated that. As I say, I've only been doing this a week and a half. It's nice to see all the support you guys are giving me so far, so thank you.
Speedbird 735, descend altitude 4,000 feet, turn right, heading 355.
So maintain 4,000, turn left heading 355, Speedbird 735. Nicholas says just a couple more raids and you'll get there.
13 miles from Charlie Foxtrot 09er, Lima. Turn right heading 060, descend altitude 3,000 feet until established on the localizer. Cleared for the ILS runway 9er left approach.
Turn right heading 060, descend and maintain 3,000 feet until established on the localizer. Cleared for the ILS runway 09 left approach, Speedbird 735. Idle open descent out blue. I completely agree with what you said though. Oh, there's the cabin. Thank you. UNH1006.
One, 0, 0, 6, set, passing, 7,400. Now.
Flaps 1. Approach checklist.
Faro ref.
UNH1006.
1, 0, 0, 6, set, seatbelt.
On.
Minimum.
279 feet set. 279 feet set.
Auto brake.
Set and checked.
Engine mode selector.
Normal.
Approach checklist completed.
Flaps 1.
Speed checked.
CRJ Alpha Bravo Charlie, contact London Control on 123.905.
Glide slopes alive.
Speedbird 735, contact Heathrow Tower on 124.48 crossing, Charlie Foxtrot 09 Lima.
Crossing Charlie Foxtrot 09 Lima, contact tower 124.48, Speedbird 735.
$1,000 to go.
Checked.
Approaching runway 3. Caution, caution.
Lock star.
Checked.
Glide slope blue, Cat 3 dual, autopilots 1 and 2, glide slope star.
09 right, ready to go.
Iberia 718, wind 070.
Gear down.
Runway 09 right, cleared for takeoff.
Gear down.
Cleared for takeoff, 09 right, Iberia 718.
2,500.
Radar altimeter alive.
Heathrow Tower, Speedbird 735, fully established on the ILS, runway 09 left.
Speedbird 735, speed 160 till 4 nautical miles.
Speed 160 to 4, Speedbird 735.
Speedbird 735, wind 080 at 8, runway 9 left, cleared to land.
Good land, runway 09 left, Speedbird 735. Flaps 2.
Speed checked.
Heathrow Tower identified.
Flaps 3.
Speed checked.
Landing checklist.
Ecam memo.
Landing no blue.
Landing checklist completed.
Speedbird
Max is going around.
906, contact departure. Good day. Iberia 718, contact departure.
Departure, Iberia 718.
1,000.
Iberia 718, contact departure.
1000.
Departure Iberia 718.
My aircraft.
Approaching runway 9 left.
$500.
$100 above.
100 above.
Speedbird
Continue.
544
Minimums.
kilos,
Checked.
contact departure.
Switching to departure, Speedbird
100.
544 kilo.
50. 30. 20. Retard. Retard.
Spoilers. Reverse green. To Sao.
Brakes.
70 knots.
Speedbird 735, contact ground on 121.905.
121.905, Speedbird 735. Heathrow ground, Speedbird 735 vacating Alpha 6, Alpha 8, request taxi to stand 58522.
27 right.
Speedbird 735, taxi to Terminal 5. A gate 522 via Alpha 8 Alpha Yankee. Have a good day.
Taxi to Terminal 5, gate 522 via Alpha 8 Alpha Yankee, Speedbird 735. I'm a bit mind blank now on where I'm going. After landing checklist.
Radar and predictive wind shear system.
Off.
After landing checklist completed.
Max says it's not one of the best landings he's had, floated it halfway down the runway. Well, if you were in the landing zone, that's fine. If you're not on the landing zone, would have gone around. No sympathy from a real pilot, you see. So here we are at what looks appear to be, I'm going the wrong way. Speedbird 735, request progressive taxi. Going the wrong way.
Speedbird 735, turning on taxi path for you. Taxi to Terminal 5, A gate 522 via Alpha Yankee. Have a good day.
Taxi to Terminal 5, A gates stand 522 by Alpha Yankee, Speedbird 735. Nicholas says, can you see other players or is it only AI traffic? Yes, so if you have Skynet turned on, you can see other players as well as AI traffic, so it's both. So that light you just saw coming in on 27 right was probably another player on 27, and I might actually turn that off, because the thing is, not everyone uses real world weather. I do. So if you've got someone that, does that interfere with SayIntentions? No, because SayIntentions should be controlling everyone. But if somebody is not using real world weather, for instance, and then they use like fair weather, and obviously the preferred runway is 27 at Heathrow, then what happens is you get people conflicting. So you have one arrival on 27, then you have other arrivals on 09s, and that's probably what's just happened. So I think I might turn that off. Turn off multiplayer. I think that's why I was getting a warning on approach. Yeah, exactly. So you can be online with SayIntentions and use, yeah. No, see, SayIntentions is both online, so they have their own network and also AI traffic. It's not all AI. But I've now turned that off because I think I was getting a confliction. So now that we're going the right direction, here we are at Heathrow north side, maxing along Alpha, hopefully to make it to T5, which is in the distance there. I do like the friction that Flight Sim has now when it rains. You really feel how sticky it is. There's American Airlines over at Terminal 3 with Virgin next to them. Cathay Pacific, Delta, all over at Terminal 3. That big blue building over there, that used to be the headquarters of British Airways, but it's now part of Heathrow. And where these aircraft are parked here, that's colloquially known as T5D. They ran out of money building Terminal 5, so D never got built. Yeah, if you were on the stream yesterday, I parked up and then another multiplayer spawned on my gate and was like inside my cockpit. So right, that's three minutes on the engines, so we can shut down engine 2. CPU is available. When you do that, you have to be travelling in a straight line, because you have to turn the electric pump on. Rude. Yeah, I know, right? What's rude? It would help if I could taxi in a straight line as well. What are your opinions on a third runway plans for Heathrow? I think it's all for. I'm all for it. We need it. Because what happens with Heathrow right now is it's at 96% capacity. Right. So because it shuts overnight, you can't land after a certain amount of time. You can't take off after a certain time. It's like 11:30. They can extend it, but then there's massive fines. And yeah, I just think it would alleviate some of these problems. It would also introduce competition. Heathrow's got some of the biggest taxis in the world, and I know that because my staff travel tickets are just tax, some of them. And it's so expensive to fly from London. So I think it would introduce competition, and what it would also do is bring in low cost, which everyone opposes, but at the same time, if you bring in low cost to Heathrow and they outprice BA's got to lower their prices. But Heathrow's also got to lower their prices because a lot of it's Heathrow passenger duty.
Via Alpha 9
and their charges. So.
Alpha, Charlie.
Alpha Charlie, Shuttle 5 Victor.
We're going on to 522.
United Niner 41, ready to taxi.
United Niner 41, runway 9 right taxi via Kilo Alpha, link 52, November
Which
11.
part of the airport will they make the new runway? A whole new area. They'll actually demolish Heathrow's, demolish BA's headquarters. Do it. Which is the ironic thing, being that we have 50% of the slots. Yeah, our headquarters has got to be demolished to put in the new runway, but it would go north, over on the north, so it would be you'd have 09 left, 09 center, 09 right.
Speedbird 4 Golf Sierra, ready to taxi.
Speedbird 4 Golf Sierra, runway 9er, right taxi via Charlie Alpha, link 52, November 11.
Runway 9er right taxi.
The plane on my
Charlie
stand.
Alpha, link 52, November 11, Speedbird 4 Golf Sierra.
Oh no, there's not. No, there's not. I take that back. SayIntentions has done its job properly. Cargo displaced the entire neighbourhood, making new runways too. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's the risk you have when you're living next to something so big.
Runway 9er right taxi via Bravo, link 53, Yankee, November 11, Speedbird 816.
Slowly on to stand. Come on, little plane, single engine taxi. Round we go.
Ground Shuttle 15 Alpha, taxi to the ramp.
Shuttle 15 Alpha, taxi to parking
Oh.
via Alpha 9er, Whiskey Alpha, Charlie.
Alpha 9er, Whiskey Alpha Charlie, Shuttle 15 Alpha.
GPUs available. Up, down, engine. Beacon, seatbelt signs off. Turn off the flap 3 config. Max says they need to clean the butter I left on the runway. Me or you? Parking checklist.
Parking brake or chocks?
Set.
Engines.
Off.
Wing lights.
Off.
Fuel pumps.
Off.
Parking checklist completed.
Okay, so having a look at your predictions then. I had -300, I remember that one. I had... Max did it in 1.23 for G load. Shall we have a look? Okay, I'm going to have to say Max is the closest. -211 feet per minute, 1.28 G. So well done, Max. I think you've won that competition. I don't think you left any butter on the runway. I think that was me. But that was a nice little landing, a nice little day out. Max was minus 1.17 G. Okay, yeah, you won. Reset the clocks here. Well, I enjoyed that, little Salzburg. Turn off the APU. Ground power on now. Yeah, if you've liked the stream so far, remember to like, follow, and subscribe. We're over on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. And later on this evening, you'll find all of the shorts, the takeoffs and the landings of today's stream. Please go and check them out. It's a lot harder to get monetized on YouTube, so any support you can give on that one is absolutely greatly appreciated.
Speedbird 834 ready to taxi.
You can also see my thumper into Heathrow yesterday. It was absolutely embarrassing.
Yankee, November 11.
But it shows you how not to land. What is a realistic 4-sector day? Realistic 4-sector day would be something like double Manchester, Edinburgh, Jersey, Glasgow, Brussels, Belfast, Brussels, Belfast, Aberdeen, maybe, with a fixed link. You're looking, the thing with a 4-sector day is it's got to be band 1 flights, so you're talking like hour and a half the maximum. And then if you fix link, which means you stay on the same aircraft all day, they can really push you because you're just doing 45-minute turnarounds all day. The thing with the double Manchester is you do like the second departure in the morning, you do like 3 hours work, then you have like 2, maybe 3 hours just wandering around Terminal 5 before you do it again in the afternoon. So yeah, you're talking hour to hour and a half flights, 4 sectors. You'll never get a 2-hour flight on a double. Absolutely not. You get it on a 3-sector day. So you do like a Vienna there and back, and then you might go to Aberdeen or Edinburgh or something like that. Or you might do a Vienna there and back, go to Copenhagen for the night. But you'd never, you don't get, yeah, 4 sectors, they're short days. Ryanair do 6 sectors. Ryanair can do Dublin, I think it's Dublin, Manchester 6 times a day. How often do you get a 3-sector day? More often than you do a 4-sector. Yeah. Because it becomes a tour. So I bid for the tours, you see. So because I'm a manager, I have to do short haul. I don't get a choice in that. I have to do it. So I would rather go to work once a week than go in to do, I don't know, we could do 6 days in a row. So I could do 6 there and backs, all to like Greek islands or the Canary Islands or whatever. And yeah, you don't want to be doing that for 6 days. So I'd rather go in, maybe do a there and back, 4-day tour. That's less commuting, and then a there and back at the end. Or you could do a 3-day tour into a 3-day long haul. That's even better. Why do you do so many long haul then? Because we do both. Yeah. I prefer long haul because it gives me time to study, but oh, Cockpit Dog Nala wants to come and say hello. Come here. Come here. Nala wants to come and say hello.
Shuttle 8 Hotel ready to taxi.
So
Shuttle 8 Hotel, runway 9er. Right taxi.
there we are. Thank you very much for joining today's live stream. If you do have any more questions or anything, please feel free to get involved with the community on YouTube. You can ask your questions there. I'll answer them any time of the day, except for when I'm asleep. I tend not to answer then. But yeah, I'll answer those even when I'm not streaming. I answer those, so feel free to head on over there. It's been a pleasure having and entertaining you today, and if you are looking for something else to do today, I'm looking to raid someone else, so we'll have a look to see who we can raid. Yeah, thanks, Nicholas. Appreciate your support. I mean, he's got 455 viewers. I'm not going to raid him. Actually, I could, because that.
Scandinavian 527, taxi to parking via Alpha 9er, Whiskey, Alpha, Kilo, Bravo, Kilo.
Alpha 9er, Whiskey, Alpha, Kilo, Bravo, Kilo, Scandinavian 527.